And Restream, as always, is managing to tell everyone it's the wrong event. Oh.
That's fine. It does that.
Yeah, Riley, stop that. A second. Hello, everyone. Hello. I'm hoping this is working. He says. I'm hoping it's working. As you can see, we haven't managed to get the avatars reacting yet. We've got the first stage going, which is this. Which is the Discord thing, and there'll be a list. But it's supposed to be populated as little avatars, which are going to be along here, and they're going to flash up when the different people are speaking. But Runon, try saying hello. Let's see if it flashes at people.
Hello, hello, hello.
Is it flashing?
Given that it's not lighting up for you, it may not be lighting up at all. But at least that gives people a good idea of who is present at a minute.
Yeah, at any time. We are working on this. Actually.
Alright. Sorry, tried something different with the mic. Because, I have the ability to try things different now, so.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see. We're trying these things. We're trying to get everything to work. There are lots of... Okay, yes, that's the lovely the Discord. I forgot with all that. I forgot that the Discord I've logged into will not have updated the notification settings. That please do not make noise at me.
Oops.
That's all. That's now saved.
All right, is this any better?
Can you all hear Runon? Can you? If you start speaking?
Yeah, I have spoken the words, more words.
That's good. We like
intelligent statement, questionable statement, humorous statement, statement of dubious value. I see Chandlord saying yes, Paul saying yes.
Oh, the chat appears to be working. Let me check if the chat is working on Twitch as well as on Discord. Yes, it is. It is. It's working on both. It's
just so I can.
I can hear everyone.
Just so I can get this out. Let's see. Get this out at the start of stream. I will be opening up, or I will be throttling questions to 15-minute spurts. At the close of each spurt, we'll just burn through what we get and then reopen it. This way, we don't go on interminably. I like you guys, but 4 hours plus is a bit much.
Can I just ask people, has it jumped at all on the YouTube side? Because there was something, it did something weird, and I worried it's done the whole ending a stream and restarting a stream with the same name thing. Which it does do occasionally just to wind me up. Which means I need to go delete the other stream, because otherwise it will say I'm trying to duplicate streams and things and causes issues.
I mean, you appear to be on the same stream. It hasn't changed my page, and it's still streaming content.
We're gonna go. It's happy. We might be joined by Dan. We might be joined by Fleet. We might be joined by others who decide they want to join us. As usual, all the admins have invite privileges for, for Bruships. That's the fun thing about being admins in the Discord server.
I'm going to ask a random question to the foreign chat, because I'm an American and we do things weird. For those of you that do target shooting, preferably with anything like an air rifle or powder, gunpowder target guns, Do you have the rule where if, like, let's say you have an array of 6 targets and you're supposed to shoot one target one way and work through all 6, and you accidentally put a round into the wrong target, they automatically mark off the highest scoring round on that target. So say you're supposed to put 10 rounds per target and they go up to count and there's 11, they knock off the highest round. Is that a thing in Europe / the UK? Or is that just a weird American thing?
From my own experience, it is occasionally done in some of them. There's one where one I go to where they do the lowest scoring round, but my mum tells me that they're not proper. My mum's preferred one is the place which because you've hit the target twice, you cancel yourself out, so they cancel it completely, and you get nil points for that particular one. Yeah.
Well, I just, because when I roll dice, I use the same dice tray. Sometimes you've got to roll 16 dice and then you have to roll 6, and sometimes the dice can get commingled or you can accidentally grab an additional die. So what I always do when that happens is I take out the highest rolling die until I get to the right number of dice. And as I learned when I did a little bit of competitive shooting, and somebody has now termed that as Chad rolling in a reply.
I think someone's just being a bit of a to you, my friend.
I don't think so, because at least not in this context.
To any little cousins listening who were here on Christmas Day, if you remember what Auntie J shouted out at the young gentleman who was on the phone to her daughter, that's the phrase. I didn't teach you that, so did I? I didn't teach that. Auntie taught you. I didn't teach. But that's the phrase which sums up when someone says that.
Anywho,
what can I say?
Yeah, that popped up on my. I'm looking through my email here just to see if people.
Now, I will say this: the chat works on both Twitch and on YouTube in terms of getting the questions. So the questions are open in both. We accept questions in both. It's really fun if people don't put in the questions. And currently, this is what I like. We have now, according to the stats I'm getting in from streaming and from checking them. Hello, Fillet of Oceans has joined us.
Oh, get changed.
It's not me. I didn't do it to you. Fillet of Oceans.
Did it, change it back before I do something drastic.
Fleet, just saying this.
Fleet, you can change it back anytime you want.
Not if someone else above, unless it was one of the Master at Arms that did it, in which case I can do it. But if it's someone above me, then I'm in trouble.
Notionally, you should be able to do it, but let me know if you can't, and I'll get it fixed for you.
Luckily, I can. I assumed it was one of the people above Master at Arms, but no, it must have been one of the Master at Arms that did it. Cheap blighters.
Well, I have to say, the thing is, we are planning on getting we are planning on having this sort of flash up with avatars, because I was considering doing the whole split video camera thing, but every time I do that, when we have the questions up on the screen, the questions take up so much space that it makes all the videos disappear. So what I thought next was, what we'll do is we'll do avatars, and then it's fair for the people who don't want to be on camera, people who do want to be camera, it works out for all of them. Everyone can have their own avatar. And I was even going to chat. My plan long term is to chat with Sol and have him draw up some really nice sort of avatars for everyone, so I can get everyone who's a regular can get a Sol avatar sort of thing, and I'll come up with a price that that pays Sol fairly for that.
He'll let you know what his price is. He will definitely let you know.
Yes, but I reserve the right to tell him he's not charging me enough.
He will.
That's the difference between me and you. I will tell people when they're not charging me enough, and we'll give them the money to go.
I do not have the money for that sort of thing.
I don't technically have the money for that sort of thing, but I tell people what they're worth so they know to charge other people, as well as myself.
Well, Dr.
Stop raising the prices for the rest of us.
Dr. Clarke, you don't have to pay for Fleet because Fleet already has one.
Oh,
it just
no.
Needs to be it just needs to be.
No, you are not using
implemented.
that. I refuse.
But why not?
Because that's of Hosh, not of me.
Okay, so
Difference?
Runon, can you do the usual thing of putting the vote up in the Twitch, and I'll do the vote in the in YouTube, and we'll see what people say.
Sure, can do.
Should Fleet's avatar be the Hosh?
I reserve the right to ignore this vote.
There we go. Started the poll. Hello, everyone. Fleet, if I were you, if I were you, I would get in there and start trying to organise that vote because it's going badly for you right now.
Well, again, as I said before,
No, Stafford, that is
what we were talking about.
Commission soul to do it.
Yes. Come on, Garen. No to the Hoshes. I don't want my eyes to burn by seeing another friend shit.
I mean, to be fair to Soul, he has done quite an admirable job at rendering Hosh into an aesthetically pleasing fashion.
Yes. Soul's very good. How's your Christmas been, Fleet?
fine, thank you. A bit tiring.
How about you, Bruno? Work tomorrow, is it?
Yeah.
Or is it
Not
second?
too bad. I've managed to finagle the week off, starting like half day on Monday. Back to the work, back to the wage cage tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Say levy. Got my can lights, well, at least half of my can lights in my hallway wired up, and then the other two I just have to rough in and connect.
That's good. Right.
Yours?
Oh, let's put it this way. All the little wires for my network are now plugged in. The electricians turn up and do the final fix on all that on the 2nd.
Good.
I have now worked out that I have cooked for. Let's put it this way. I have fed roughly 120 different people over the Christmas period. Several of them multiple meals. I've cooked the lunches and I cooked the dinners.
Oh, wow.
The reason I volunteer to do cooking every year is it means I don't have to do the washing up.
Aye.
See, this is the cunning plan. Yes, there might be a dishwasher, but trust me, when you're cooking for that many, 8 in one load of the dishwasher, that's going to take up a lot more of your life than doing the cooking ever does. That's the cunning plan. Why would you volunteer to do all the cooking? Because it gets the job done, and then after I've had the food, I can have a bit of a snooze, or I can just go chat with people. So, yeah, and sorted a few things out. Had a parcel arrive, which I'd sent to Fu, but came back to me. So that's now going to the post office. I don't know. I did it by the postman collects and deliver system, and it said they dropped it back to me today. So I'm now going to take it down to the post office, and they're refunding me the money. And so I'll just take it to the post office and go,
too right.
take it to here. It was supposed to arrive with him for Christmas to be a Christmas present.
Right, yeah, that's not fair.
We have questions now, but yeah, that happened, and yeah, that's all. That's all the fun thing going. So, Bowman Boy, how many escorts does the average amphibious group need? Where are you going, and what are you doing?
Yeah, where are you going? What are you doing? What nation are you?
Let me put it this way.
This is the thing. There's no such thing in naval warfare as an average anything.
We can usually talk about an average carrier battle group because it'll be centered on a single carrier. But an amphibious task group could be centered on, well, you could have anything between 1 and 5 ships normally within an amphibious task group, transporting a force up to a brigade.
Transformers!
Yeah. Transporting a force up to a brigade strength, or maybe even, and if you're going even higher than that, well, then you're bringing together multiple task groups. If you're going into a low-threat scenario, you might well have, if you're the US Navy, who's going to be the only one doing the larger forces as force structures at the moment, you might well have an Arleigh Burke and even a literal combat ship, because that's pretty much all you need.
You may have one of the remaining Perrys knocking around.
They don't have enough. They don't have enough of them. They don't have enough of them. They're not going to be turning up for that. The Perrys, they are being kept very, very carefully looked after until the Constellation comes on. Those Perrys have a very specific job in mind. How many dedicated ASW ships does the US Navy currently have?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If they're still there, I'm not sure they're still there. And then, so questions are currently closed because we've got to built up to 15 minutes of questions. But doing this week is we're literally doing questions, answer the questions, and then going to be opening it again and doing more questions, and so we don't get a huge backlog and then build up right to the end. And because
if anybody is genuinely wondering why I have done this, I have just counted 71 questions
in 15 minutes. Look, we do
as soon as I can figure out how to get Powder Monkey to take in the super chat text, I will strongly advocate for something like 50 cents a question or something. You people are great, but you people are nuts.
So, okay. Now, let's see what the vote is from the poll. Now, the escorts, but if you're going to a high threat scenario, you could be talking an escort group, which includes a carrier battle group sitting off, 3 or 4 Burks, 3 or 4 other minor escorts, which they've been able to grab, and a whole load of little boats put in the water, which will have lots of people with machine guns in there looking very nasty, waiting for small boat attacks.
And of course the one escort you can't see.
Well, now the thing is, the submarines actually for amphibious operations don't often get so close in and aren't so often part of the task group. They might well have zones of submarines hunting off the different sides, but they will be away from the amphibious task group area. Do you know why?
To avoid blue on blue.
Yes, and because the task groups are literally running on a we see something, we shoot at it scenario. We're not checking. It's the same as in the Falklands War. The Royal Navy look at where the Royal Navy submarines operated in the Falklands War. Was anyone near San Carlos Bay? No, not at all. By the way, what was happening in San Carlos Bay as the Royal Navy went in? That water was being sanitized. There were lots of big bangs going off, but there was not. But there was no submarine there. But they didn't take a chance. They made sure there wasn't one there.
No, because quite frankly, if you are a Argentinian small diesel electric submarine, you could lurk in a far worse place than that. That's a very good place to lurk as a diesel boat.
Oh, it is. It's a great place to lurk. They weren't tolerating it though. Ramon, thoughts on the Type 43 DDG? Do you mean the Type 83? Do you think if they're built, they're going to be better anti-air warfare than the twin arm Tikongras? I'd hope so, considering they're going to be about 60 years younger?
No, I think he's talking about the Type 43, the never-built
Oh,
escort.
this is the trouble with the Type. This is the Type 40. This is the Type 43 versus the Type 40. This is the fact that the new one's the Type 83. If it's the Type 43 you're talking about, then,
I mean, I get where he's coming from, but I'm sorry, if it comes to AA warfare, the Type 43, it's a good destroyer, don't get me wrong, but the Tycho sat there with Aegis.
yeah, that's the thing. Compared to the twin arm ones, it's not far off, but it's closer to really a Virginia.
Yeah,
it's closer. It's closer to that, and also the British systems are closer to that. One of the reasons why the British have developed their own systems to win the way they've done is often this people forgotten is Aegis and the systems which were put on the Virginias etc. were complementing each other, and they were complementary strands of development, but different. And the British have really taken on that strand of development and are ones pushing and leading that one on, and the Americans have gone solely down the Aegis route. And there is a reason for them to go solely down the Aegis route. It is the 90% solution to all situations. But the thing is, the solution for those other 10% of situations comes from the other route. And so you're a good ally if you can afford to go, well, look, we can afford to make our systems go down that route and adjust around it. And we can fit in with it, but it's not going to produce exactly the same system. But yeah, Type 43, yeah, that was... The Swede Dart 2s, Sextuple Seawolves, yeah, it's going to be a good air warfare, but it's closer to... They're the Virginia class, aren't they, the new ones? I think it's a Virginia class cruiser.
Not... Kind of. But the other thing... Yeah, it is somewhat closer to that.
It was closer to the Virginias. The Virginias are what it's closer to. Although the Virginias, of course, were nuclear-powered cruisers, but that's the thing. The thing is, the Virginia class and their system were really, really cool.
Yeah.
System.
Yeah, it's like I'm sorry. It's just the jumping capability that Aegis grants you. It's not at that point. The only limit on what the Tycho can engage is how many missiles it has in its tubes. That the radar and computer system can task as many missiles as there are to whatever targets are on the screen. Prior to that, you basically have to. You have radar.
You are.
I know.
You're right about the later
limits.
variations of systems, but the earlier versions of the systems were not quite so revolutionary in their initial phase of operation as being unlimited.
In comparison to what came before,
it's very good. But again, if we're talking about the first batch of twin-armed ships, it's a let's put it this way: it is very good. But the thing is, there is Aegis as we have it today. There is Aegis as it became, and yeah, but there are other ships which at that time were systems which could engage more targets than 4.
That's the step up, though. Before that, you're basically looking at you can track missiles into targets for how many arms you have on your launchers. Usually, that's the way it goes.
No, it's how many guidance beams you can put up from your radar.
No, that's what I mean. You usually have, the rule was, you would usually have as many guidance beams as missiles you can fire if you fire everything on your rails.
Yeah.
That was the principle. And
the issue usually comes where are the guidance systems based and how many of them can cover each side. It's fun times.
And then systems like Aegis come along and go, nah, I don't fancy that. We're gonna up the ante.
I think it's realistically once you get into I'd say batch 2 of the VLS ones, that's when you really get Aegis as it's come because it takes a while to set things up. Yeah, Rodan, I know what Fleet is missing, but Fleet is right. It is a massive step, and that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying that you have to be careful when talking about Aegis because people sometimes look at Aegis today and think it's amazing, like Patriots and other systems are today, and presume the early versions were the same. And no, they had inklings of what they become, yes, but there's been a lot of years of development and input into them. Matthew Blairns. During World War II, what would the Mediterranean conflict look like if the Regia Marina had built aircraft carriers? Bloody.
It depends. Yeah, it depends what aircraft carriers and why, but basically, yes, bloody. It's not like people say, oh, you don't need aircraft carriers in the Mediterranean because you don't need, because the Italians don't need them because they have, airfields. No, it is impossible to overstate the value of aircraft on site. Aircraft that are within the task force, under the command of the officer commanding the task force, that do not have to be summoned, that do not have to fly in for hours to reach the battle area, that are there at the point of command. And for the Italians, it's even more important because it means, ideally, if they've played their cards right, they don't have to fight the Regia era Nautica to even get them to come out in the first place.
Which is a massive advantage. But the thing is, if the Italians are building these, the British are going to be reacting to it. So if the Italians build them, then, let's put it this way, the whole carrier capital ship pausing construction thing that happens in 1939 might not happen to carriers, because then it's going to be a case of Churchill's going to be pointed, they're just going to point to the Italian ones and go, no, we need more carriers from Mediterranean to deal with that.
Yeah. You've basically got the Italians going one of two ways. They either go with
a small fighter carrier,
because they've got, like, one thing they're not going to do is they're not building, at least at first, full size carriers.
No.
They don't have the slipways. They need them for other things anyway. And to be fair, that's not really the role they need. So they're either gonna do what they did historically but earlier, that is drag in liners that are either not being used, not profitable. They'll find a large fast hull that's not military and convert that, or they'll build carriers based on some of their larger heavy cruiser hulls. And I don't mean convert the heavy cruisers, I mean they'll take, right, we know this hull works, it can do a good speed, let's take this as our starting point and we'll build from there.
Yeah.
If they go for the liner conversions, you've got large ships that will have a decent amount of anti-aircraft protection, but will not be as capable as purpose-built vessels of their size would be. But it does give you more scope for operating larger, heavier aircraft as the war goes on, just because of the size of their flight decks will mean, yes, you can't carry as many aircraft, but you will be able to operate the more advanced types. If you go with the smaller carriers, especially the earlier they build these smaller carriers, the worse it is. There may come a point where you go, we can't operate a sufficient air wing with the size of carrier that this is, with the advances in aircraft that have taken place.
Well, you have to remember, they're allowed, under the First London Treaty, they're allowed, I think it is 80,000 tons of carriers? No.
Yeah. Yeah. So you're probably looking... Caracciuello could be converted, but that would be very costly. She's got the hull form for it, but...
No.
I don't know if the money's around to do that. You're probably looking at the Italians looking at building smaller carriers or converting liners in the early to mid-30s. Yes, the Great Depression exists, but Il Duce loves his big projects, and he loves paying people to work to make it seem like the economy is going well, because that's what he does.
Let's see. Tonnage allocation of carriers. Italy and France are both allowed 60,000 tons of carriers. So, if Italy decided to build something of, let's say, 15,000 tons standard, which is not bad, that's light fleet carrier-ish level. Let's be honest, yeah, they're 13,000 tons standard, so 15,000 tons of standard is better than a light fleet carrier. You could have got 4 of them. And they could have built those, that size, in quite a few places. But the thing is, if Italy's got 4 light fleet carriers wandering around, which they've built in the 1930s, 1920s, and late 1920s and 1930s, then the Royal Navy's carrier structure is going to be very, very different in terms of its orders prior to World War II. And Winston Churchill is not getting to pause carrier construction. Because the Royal Navy's rule will be, they need a carrier for every one of the Italian carriers in the Mediterranean.
But yeah, but the battles in the Mediterranean will be a lot more bloody. That's just a fact of life.
The French might have even built their next generation carriers earlier then.
And it may, and funny thing, yeah, and they'll probably, again, like, given how the French and the Italians leapfrog off each other, you're looking at, again, the French. If the Italians are built small, so will the French. Basically down to wanting to, yes, they'll want to match the Italians, but it's also down to the fact that the French economy, bless its cotton socks, yeah, in the 20s and 30s it's not till the mid-30s the French really start having the economic strength to,
flex themselves. And
yeah,
I think the interesting thing would be is if they're building all these 15,000-ton carriers, or supposedly 15,000-ton carriers, especially if they built them under the Washington Treaty, that could lead to a scenario where Britain and America go, well, hang on, we need to build the bigger carriers because of our needs, but that means we can never match numbers with them building these 15,000-ton carriers. Do we now need separate categories?
Mm-hmm.
Could be really interesting. Black Horse, who had the worst logistics in World War One?
There's no... Funny thing is, when it comes to the Great War, there's no real logistical losers. There's no real standout cases of one army absolutely dropping a clanger logistically. Because of the way the conflict is. It's a static attritional war.
It's very difficult for them to do that. But I'd say the Russians... If there's anyone who has issues, it's the Russians. But that's mainly because the Russian supply lines, where they run through, and how they've been developing themselves. Because they do have issues with their supply lines.
The problem with that is that the Russians, if that's the yeah, I suppose you're saying it's the only one where you could perhaps make a case, but then you look at what the Russians pulled off, the offensive they managed to slam into the Austrian and German lines, even despite all the difficulties, and you go, it's an edge case. No one really loses the. There's no... It's basically the most bad option, but it's really not that bad.
Yeah. It'd be really interesting, because if they're building 15,000-ton carriers, if it's the French starting on that period, they might actually take the Hermes design and do an improved Hermes, scaled up to 15,000 tons from 11,000 tons standard.
We can't go backwards. We've got to go forwards. If we go backwards.
I'm just interested. It's just went through my mind.
It is, but if we go backwards, we're never going to get anywhere.
Imagining what a French-built 15,000-ton version of the Hermes would look like.
God. Right,
Channel.
I'll be back in a tick. Carry on.
What other designs from nations that are not Britain would you say are fully armored battlecruiser? There are none. They don't. No one else really does it. And the British only do it because, as said, there is an argument for the G3s. There is an argument for definitely the F3s. Definitely do fit the category of fully armored battlecruiser. And Vanguard, because she is the fully armored battlecruiser. But honestly, it's a bit of a weird designation, because most people, if they build a fast battleship. The reason why the British are keeping with the battlecruiser subdivision, a battlecruiser subdivision and the things internally, is literally because of the Empire. It's one of those things of Britain needs that kind of space, that kind of spacing in its subdivision to give people the space to live on for months of time to do things like the Empire cruise and the things it has to do. But you look at the powers and you look at how many nations have to do that, and you don't really have anyone other than Britain. So Britain's the one still stuck with that in their mind and building to do that. And others aren't. And in many ways, you know, the aircraft carrier takes over quite a lot of that role post-World War II, and that's where people are building their equivalents, and most of them, quite a lot of them, using British-built aircraft carriers anyway. Light fleet carriers become the most beloved of the most beloved. Black Horse. Could the Admiral Graf Spee have made it to a safe port for repairs, or back to Germany, if the intelligence was not believed, or the British ship position were known? Nope. There is quite literally a battleship and an aircraft carrier hunting down straight towards the River Plate. The aircraft carrier is something called Ark Royal. It's not exactly a smaller variety. There are further backstops behind it, and there are more forces up. Well, there is. Look, if they had satellites guiding them, no one else had satellite technology, and the Germans had satellites and were able to give them information and map them all the way round all the forces, then maybe they could do it. But first of all, they have to fight their way through the cruisers, which are waiting outside and absolutely desperate to get into contact. And then after that, they have to get themselves further. It's just the reality of doing it, the sheer amount of force against them, and they're one ship. Well, the other options is they pulse out Scharnhorst and Gneisenau to provide cover as well north, and they risk those assets, and they do everything they can to draw. It's just not happening. It's just not happening. Roldan, in Master and Commander, the movie begins with Aubrey's orders from reality to chase her prey to Brazil, but he chases one in the Pacific. Would this be considered disobedience? No. No, he's chasing the prey. Brazil is said as we hope it ends by Brazil. If it doesn't end by Brazil, well, we want that privateer killed. You find its base. If he'd, let me put it this way, if he'd come back and hadn't captured his opponent, hadn't done what he'd done, then he could be in trouble. But as he's done his job and captured his opponent and done what he needed to do, good for you, son. It's the classic case of, if you win, everything will be forgiven. If you're wrong, if you lose, these are the rules we can say, these are the things we can say you broke to justify what we're going to do to you.
Victory forgives a great many sins in this case.
Yes. Most Rumsfeldian decision taken in the Age of Sail. Well, there is something which is pretty Rumsfeldian, because it was pretty much rule of cool and this is going to be better, but it actually did pay off long term. Copper bottom ring ships. It's quite literally copper plating, which was a very expensive material, even at that time. Your wooden ships. It makes them, allows them to keep their speed longer and keep at sea longer and all these things, yes. But it's incredibly difficult. It takes time. It doesn't always work, and it takes a lot of effort to put it on and put it into the ships. And you're going to have to cycle them through out of service and basically rebuild them to copper their bottoms. And Britain does this. And when you look at it, what does it buy them? It buys them a knot or two extra speed, or this or that. It's not much. But when we look back and now historically, it's lauded as a great thing to do. I don't think Rubbersoft's going to be quite so lucky.
Doesn't it also give them... It makes their speed more durable in the sense that they will keep their speed for longer versus an uncoppered ship?
Oh yeah, it does. There's all sorts of advantages, but let's be honest, the sheer cost and scale you're doing it at for a fleet the size of the Royal Navy, you could have literally built and crewed whole ships extra. So realistically, in terms of you're seeking in Rumsfeldian, my experience of Rumsfeld's decisions are he's always seeking the technological edge, the super technology to rule the cool stuff. And the thing is, at its point, copper bottoming is that. It's just, yeah. Paul, whilst technically you don't have to rebuild to recopper a bottom ship, you just have the dry dock space. If you look up the number of times they had to they decided to copper a ship, and number of times they then, when they took the ship out of the water, put it in dry dock, they went, oh, we now have to fix this, 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 and this. Yeah.
Okay, but is that because the Royal Navy is just taking advantage of the Treasury, or is that because it actually needed it?
In this period, there really isn't the Treasury. There it comes about in sort of later years. There is an organization, but it's nowhere near as powerful as it would become. And in answer to the question, I am sure the ships needed it. I am sure. And I'm absolutely positive the admirals wouldn't send back first the ships which had issues to be fixed and have that done. And then, as the other ships were in service for longer, they all sort of start to develop issues anyway and then come back. Yes, someone has seen that you're all saying poodle treats. By the way, the most important box in the year has arrived. Riley would like you to know it has arrived. Yes, the box is, of course,
dang.
Every year we buy the 10-kilogram box of biscuits.
10-kilogram
just
box
bought
of biscuits.
10
Oh my.
kilograms of 3D printer filament. So
Fun times.
I can understand Raleigh's angst.
Nice second. Would the 5 other Admiral class preliminary designs have gotten a modified design A to D? Just want to check, as Admiral class preliminary design 4 seems like you couldn't. I'm trying to remember that design. You can modify any design on paper. You can play around with any design on paper. It's very rare. You start off with a set of preliminary designs and you pick one, and then you go, well, these are the options for this design we can introduce, and then they pick one. And then they go, well, actually, I still like this bit, and I like this bit included. And then you pick down and pick one. So it's a constant evolving. So yeah, you can do as many designs and as many versions of designs as you want to do. Basically, you're paying the paycheck of all the draftsmen involved. They're gonna sit there and draw whatever you tell them to draw.
And good draftsmen are not cheap,
They are not.
especially when you have to do everything by hand. Remember, CAD doesn't come in until what? Late 80s?
And pretty much for every constructor that's working, there's going to be, every naval architect, every constructor working, there's going to be, like, I think the rough rule of thumb was there was usually, for each one, there would be about 5 draftsmen to assist them because of their workload. And actually, they usually worked in teams. You have to remember the constructors usually work in teams. So there'll be a senior constructor and some junior constructors assisting them. And assistant constructors and trainee constructors. They're all the naval architects. And for each of those, there'll be at least 5 to 6 draftsmen. So if you have a team which has 7 people in the title of constructors, you're going to have an extra, probably best part of 40 draftsmen as well. And then you're going to have all the weight specialists and all the team specialists. And it just gets... You're talking about, very quickly, you've got, for drawing up those designs, you're talking about 60 people. Very quickly. We'll be doing drawing those designs day in, day out. And, by the way, if you decide that you're going to do multiple preliminary designs and you want to take them to multiple modifications, you're going to have a team per design. So let's say you say, I've got 5 designs I like, 5 or 6 designs for the Admiral class. I want to develop designs 2 and design 6. Okay, each is going to have a team, and each team's going to come up with another 6 versions of them, A through F. And then I go, right, and I really like that's how you have to work. That's what you've got, and they're going to spend weeks producing those designs, if not months. So when you think about the naval constructors, just remember this. We're talking a truly massive organization in World War II. It had to be. In World War One, it was massive as well. And every time there's war, they have to be massive because they need so many people to do all that drawing, which these days is done by a computer. And you still need the naval architects, but the draftsmen have been replaced. But the thing about the draftsmen you have to remember, though, is because the experienced draftsmen would know what they're talking about and know what they're doing, they'd often catch problems. And some of the interesting notifications are when you look into things like the Hunt-class escort destroyers and the issues that went on with them. Well, the interesting thing is there are notes from the draftsman going, "Are you quite sure about this?" And a relatively junior constructor team is going, "Well, yes, we know what we're doing, we're constructors." And it's sort of a case of, yeah, the draftsmen are basically your senior NCOs. Someone needs to be listening to them. And unfortunately, that's a classic case of issues go boom, boom, boom. What's the role of what was the role of carrier battle groups in the war with the Soviet Union? Right, so the carrier battle groups, our point of view is to stand off and start attacking the North and the Pacific, and basically to try and push in towards the bastions to launch strikes from outside the theatre, to spread the theatre and cause the Soviets as much trouble as possible.
Yeah, this is the whole thing. The entire naval war of any Cold War gone hot, beyond a certain point, is basically fought around the bastions. Because for the Russians, those are the conflict termination asset. The US wants to remove that asset, if possible.
Mm-hmm.
It's really...
The whole of NATO is really keen on the idea of removing those assets as soon as possible.
Yeah, it is a bit anticlimactic, but that's what a war between the, Pact and NATO would involve, navally. It's just the slap fight in the North. Like, that is dumbing it down to the nth degree, but that is...
So, thoughts on the non-DDG 1950s USN destroyer Forrest Sherman class? What role did they play other than naval gunfire role in Vietnam? Is it worth their effort building a number of they were built in the 1950s, when you're dealing with a transition period and where it's useful to have something. They were built with 5-inch guns, 3-inch guns, hedgehogs, and torpedo tubes. And later on, they did get converted. They had ASROC, they had all sorts of things added on. They were... Calling them destroyers is probably pushing it a bit much to my mind. Yes, they're 2,800 tons in standard, 4,000 tons fully loaded, and for their time period, they probably do fit. But I would say it's a case of what are you looking for the ship to do, and is it the cheap vessel to go and do the cheap missions? And that's what it pretty much was. As me and I think it was Sal who brought up the topic of the Erie class gunboats. They're lovely ships.
They are definitely not. Yeah, but they're not destroyers.
They're not destroyers.
They are.
But you need them as well as destroyers. You need both. You need both these systems. And that's the thing. You need these different systems for different jobs. Why were the weapon class destroyers on a 42-month-long build date from laying down to commissioning? Honestly, because the priority were other vessels, and they were really being built with an experimental mindset, but also with a mindset of what do we want these vessels for? And if you ask the Royal Navy what they wanted those vessels for, the argument probably would have been, well, we want them so we have enough ships for doing the attack on Japan and for filling in our forces in Japan. And basically, the moment Japan is no longer needed to be done, they are not going to be accelerated along. They're not going to be pushing. And when war ends again, that slows things down because immediately you go, right, how can we save money? Well, you know you've got four shifts working in all the yards building warships. Yeah, I think that's 2 shifts. Oh, that's going to immediately cut money, isn't it? Cut costs, because if we're not paying overnight shifts, just paying daytime workers, that's a lot cheaper.
Overtime pay is hilarious and also makes people a lot of money.
Yeah.
Don't forget about shift differential.
Do you
true as
think
well.
HMS Edinburgh would make it to port if the German destroyers had not reached her? Probably. Town class design is fairly tough.
Yeah.
There's
There's no reason why, with a good tug, the Russians couldn't have gotten her into port with
Yeah.
British help.
A nice way. She's got a chance. Thank you, Brandon. It was a very good Christmas. I don't think questions are open at the moment. I think questions are closed. Because we got, at over 15 minutes, we got 71 in.
We have 60 in the queue currently.
What new lines?
People are crazy.
What new lines would you add to World of Warships for the British? Well, they have aircraft carriers, they have battle cruisers, they have destroyers, and they have light cruisers, heavy cruisers, destroyers, and submarines. There's not really many other lines you can add to it. I don't know. I'd like to see an F3 put in there, just because I'd like to play around with that. But leave that to one side.
They've had to make up ships to add to the game. That's where we're at.
Yeah, we're at the point at which they're making up ships. And honestly, that was always going to happen at some point. Because you always need new ships to show off to people and
Doesn't
go, new
mean
ships,
I have
new
to
ships.
like it.
No, you just don't like the designs they're picking.
No, I don't like the idea of made-up ships generally.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, it's not completely made up if they found a napkin sketch.
That's not
Wrong. It's wrong, but it's not
it's
wrong.
It is wrong. No. Stop. Please.
Do you think there was anything that would lead to Lexington surviving?
Given not getting hit for starters.
Yeah, pretty much. But honestly, if she'd been hit in different places, they'd had slightly more luck with their damage control. They'd had slightly more luck with everything else that was going on. They might have been able to pull her out there, but
yeah, it's a bit of a risky.
It's kind of the classic of. There we go. Oh, hello. There's only so much, you can do in some situations.
Yep.
There are limitations. You okay? I think he's happy now. Poodles. I'm hoping you can all hear me still with a poodle on mic.
Yes, we can just about hear you, Dr. Clarke.
Help.
That's good.
It's a drive-by poodling.
Right.
That joke was. I have no words.
I have read former Foreign Secretary. Okay. Former Foreign Office, Permanent Undersecretary Sam McDonald's beyond Britannia. 20. Why do experienced people still believe in the end of history? I'm not sure. Maybe the drugs in the 1990s were really good. I'm sorry, but
It's important to bear in mind how much of a I know the end of history was stupid, but it's important to bear in mind why it happened. Like, for the first time in modern history, there was a hegemon.
Yeah.
As in a proper full-on, cannot be taken on by anyone else, or any realistic combination of nations. That hadn't been the case for nearly a millennia. Like, as in one nation just so superior that it's basically untouchable. unless the entire world unites against it, which is never going to happen. Like, that hadn't been seen for a millennia. There were always coalitions that could take on whatever the ruling or the top most powerful nation had been up to that point. Then the US rolls into the 90s and you go, no, they're just unkillable.
Yeah, that's a problem. But it's also a problem to see it as end of history. Yes, but also, I would say it's not just that.
I'm not saying the doctrine.
To me, that's don't take this the wrong way. That's kind of reading it backwards, but also that's kind of imagining the best of intentions. To me, it's mostly about ego. It's mostly we've conquered the big bad. We are more evolved than the people in the past. History's over. We won't repeat. It won't happen to us like it happened before. You're ascribing far more thought to them than there actually was, and this is coming from someone who's read the papers of the people at the time and the stuff which has been declared, yet alone, and the stuff, which you're able to get access to. And it is, vast majority of it, overwhelmingly, is self-congratulatory twaddle. About how
good save there, Dr. Clarke. You nearly, good save there, Dr. Clarke. You nearly clobbered yourself, but well done. You pulled back from the brink of destruction.
No, I'm not like Auntie J.
And also too, it's most people don't like war as a general concept, so it's this very comforting concept that there will be no more wars unless we choose to fight them. We will have the control, so none of our people will have to die senselessly.
Yeah.
Which does tie back to the ego comment, but
we are more powerful than God.
It's understandable. I don't have to like it, but it's understandable why it happened.
Oh, yes. It's understandable.
Mm-hmm.
People are people. In the end, people are people.
Yes, they are.
So, but yeah, end of history. Why do people still believe it? Because
delusion, I think.
People don't want to take it, let it go. They've seen everything that's happened in front of them, and they still don't want to disbelieve it.
Yeah, I think, to be blunt, they're not prepared for what's coming.
No.
They don't want to accept it because, and to be fair, for the majority of the younger leaders who were born in the 90s, raised on that, or entered politics during that era of optimism, watching everything come crashing down
is earth-shattering.
That's gotta... Yeah. Like, I'm not saying they're right for burying their heads in the sand, but I can almost understand it.
So, are we going to see the USN building nuclear-powered merchant ships and warships in the future? Probably aircraft carriers. Doubt merchant ships, unless there's some really interesting things with the small reactor scenario we've got going on, and
with increasing competition from China, I can see the return of nuclear service combatants.
Yeah, I can see that because they're already getting into the trouble of we need something to escort these aircraft carriers.
Yeah.
The reason I am doubtful on the merchant ships is because
there will never be nuclear merchant ships. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
They tried it. No one liked it.
There.
It's very expensive.
Ostensibly, you could see something like auxiliaries, maybe ultra large auxiliaries.
Yeah,
but
like that I could see. But nuclear merchants, no.
The simple economics of it is that you're going to have to pay somebody nuclear technician wages, reactor tech wages.
Yeah.
And say on top of merchant ship wages.
Yeah, plus to be on a sailing ship. Most of the people that have those credentials got them through a navy, and if they're still willing to stay on ship, they're probably going to stay in the navy, or they'll go and they'll make mid six figures on land and be home in a queen or king or California king size bed every night.
Or you're going to have to treat them the same on the merchant ship, which means what you're carrying must be really, really worth it.
Yep.
And to be honest, they have not made marine diesel so expensive yet to validate that cost.
No, it's unlikely to ever happen.
Yeah.
Jacob,
like there's a
don't
there's
take
a
this the wrong
reason-
way, but there's a question in the chat. Jacob, Jacob's put, can we nuclear merchant ships? It's seriously being considered as that's the only viable power source to comply to future environmental rules and have sufficient power. But they'll come from
no,
the nuclear icebreaker family line, not the warship line, I foresee. I would say, honestly, Jacob, people are going to look at it. Icebreakers maybe, but those are very rare. And look at who operates nuclear-powered icebreakers versus the other powers who operate icebreakers. And even nuclear-powered icebreakers tend to have strong connections with navies. But leaving that to one side, they're going to look at nuclear-powered options for merchant ships for those rules. The same way as I look at, I don't know, Rolls-Royce when I'm looking for a car. I look at it, and then I go right past it. I look at it, I think there's a lot of space in there. Then I go right past it.
This is the thing that
the thing is, for high-speed nuclear cargo ships, what is it you're sending by sea that is more economically efficiently transported at high speed and the cost it would require to maintain a nuclear-powered ship versus in the huge cargo ships or sending it by air?
Yeah, this is the thing. The problem is the environmental rules argument doesn't hold any water. Ships are already the most environmentally safe and effective way of moving cargo.
Yeah.
Like, the efficiency of marine diesels has gotten to a point where the emissions that they output, like, you're talking the amount of emissions that a bunch of lorries output, and not even that many lorries.
Yeah.
No.
For a massive container ship. It's
Reno, you were going to say
ahead,
per
please.
ton?
silly.
Yeah, I was gonna say per ton, maritime transport is the most efficient carbon-wise of any form of transport we have,
Yeah.
and it's not even close.
Yeah, it's so incredibly silly just how, just, like, I don't think I can hammer this home any more than we already are. I don't think climate rules will ever catch up with ships because ships are already out in front, way ahead of whatever restrictions will ever be implemented.
And on top of that too, especially with fission, I'm gonna say with fusion, when we get fusion, that's great, but until we get it in a commercialized format, especially a miniaturized commercialized format, it doesn't exist. Don't bank on it. Don't plan around it. It's been 25 years away my entire life. I turned 29 in February. Excuse me. It's been 5 years away my entire life. I turned 29 in February.
Same here.
Yeah.
When we get it, that's great. So we're stuck with fission power. And to be frank, I doubt many of the world's regulatory agencies are going to permit a pure civilian vessel owned by a cargo line, owned as part of a cargo line fleet, to exist, because what happens when that hull reaches end of life?
Oh,
At
it gets
least-
even better than that.
Well, hang on. At least with a Navy, if the Navy's not there, you've got other problems. So with a naval ship, you know that hull is going to be disposed of properly. With a civilian merchant ship, that ship sails out of port, it goes and beaches itself on some coast somewheres, and the company that owns it dissolves and walks away.
Oh, and then, oh wow, there's a lot of nuclear material sat there.
Yeah, exactly.
To go and get the things. No, stop. And also, of course, there's the wonderful thing of nuclear certified ports. Not all ports on the planet accept nuclear-driven ships into them. This is a thing.
You couldn't go to you couldn't ship goods to New Zealand, as an example.
Yeah.
Like, this is...
Okay, so let's go on. And by the way, Black Horse, A, kudos, and B, you're really giving Knight a run for their money. I have to say, when I first said that and put it out in the Masters at Arms chat, I'm not going to name names, but someone was very scared and very afraid. Because their view was, if Knights
I'll name names. It was me.
Because the theory goes that if
now there's two of them.
we've now got Knight and Black Horse who both come with prepared questions.
Yep.
At what point do we have more?
And I get them as well.
And at what point are they all turning up as well for fleet? And then, you know, do they start turning up for Drac when Drac does a live?
Oh, they did. I remember the last live. They were there.
Mm-hmm.
I still have not received a knock on my door from the friendliest sea mine, so we're okay. I'm good.
Look, you don't have to worry about that. It's me that's going to get a knock because, well, I'm the one she can reach, and I'm also the one who moderates Drac's streams.
Yeah.
Yes, but you do realize that that conversation will go, Drac, did you say that Alex had someone set up a bot to automate all of their questions? Yes. Can you get that information?
Good point, Dan.
I'm not
Right.
exactly hard to find.
No. So, Black Horse, do you think that the use of Kamikaze as a tactic was effective? It didn't really lengthen the war, extend the war, but it did certainly cause trouble for the Allies in terms of how to defeat it and thinking about it, thinking it through. So
to be blunt, in terms of resources expended per damage sustained, the Kamikaze strikes were one of the most effective anti-shipping weapons the Axis ever deployed. For what you expended compared to what you got, aside from perhaps German torpedoes on their U-boats,
no, the torpedoes were not effective. Let's be honest. Let's consider how many times Warspite was hit by a torpedo and didn't get even a small hole.
Yes, but I'm looking at the tonnage on the bottom of the Atlantic going.
Yeah, but quite a lot of that wasn't by torpedoes. Quite a lot of that was by gunfire, especially the most exclusive parts during the early convoys when they went down the middle of the convoys. So
Either way, submarines of some description firing weapons of some description.
Not really, when you consider how many of them are lost. I'd say, yeah, it's one of the things. Oh. Someone's decided he wants to have a game. And there's also yes, we do know Bowman Boy is also has Bowman Boy's been building up for a while, but yeah, Bowman Boy is also in there with prepared questions. Was there anything else like HMS Zubian, and was she a good idea? Not really.
HMS what?
Zubian, where they combined the back of the front of Zulu with the back of Nubian.
Oh yeah, that was an expedient that was done because they had to do it.
It's an expedient because, well, no, let's be honest, Admiral Bacon had a bright idea. But leaving that to one side, it was something they did. It was not really a preferred option. If you could, you prefer to be building ships. And yes, Poodle does want its jumper, but Poodle's not getting its jumper at the moment because for some reason is in the wash. We will not admit why its jumper is in the wash, but its jumper is in the wash. Bowman Boy, were there any plans in Germany to upgun the Deutschland's old pre-dreads to Charles Low-inch guns? If not, why not?
No.
No, they weren't, and literally cost, time, and benefit.
Yeah, what's the point? What is the the old 11-inch gun on the Deutschlands is good at smacking cruisers around, which is all you're reasonably expecting them to do. If they're fighting anything bigger, that's a fight they're not going to win. So having better guns isn't going to save them. And for the pre-dreadnoughts, why? Why are you spending the time and the money to upgrade a functionally obsolete asset? Whose job now is literally to churn through recruits as fast as it physically can.
There's not really any value in it. What was the thought process of the S3 Viking? Do you think the US is very invested in carrier-borne ASW aircraft? Some say the Gannet is better than the Viking at its role for the time. I don't think the Gannet was. I think for its time they're about the same in terms of their time. But you have to remember the Gannet was a lot earlier. And the Viking was better than the Gannet when it came out, but that was because the Viking was later. Do you think
exactly.
the US invested in carrier? They were during the Cold War. They kind of lost it with the whole end of history thing. I wouldn't be surprised if they start to rebuild it very too sweet. And the thought process behind the S3 Viking, again, it's trying to keep that intercept those submarines as far away from the carrier battle group as possible. To go and check out what might be submarines as far away from the carrier battle group as possible. If you've got enough vessels with enough towed arrays and all the things going around to the carrier fleet, you end up with something very similar to the process which I was talking about with the CERTAS system. And the large open ocean surveillance and that area, and how you use maritime patrol aircraft basically to run down potential contacts. The questions will be reopened shortly. It's just we have to get through. How many left to run on?
I don't know about shortly. We got 52 left. We'll reopen them, but
yeah, we got 52.
We got 52 left, so yeah, hang tight.
Fleet, you want to start off with this question?
All right, 96831, question 170. Why were the 1939 King George V class never fitted with the 130mm quick-firing 5.25 50 caliber RP-10 Mark II gun?
I don't know.
That's a very specific question. Kudos.
I have no idea. Wouldn't even begin to know where to look to answer that one. The only person on the panel really equipped for that is Clarke.
They're fitted with the Mark 1s. The Mark 1 was fitted to the King George V class, the Dido class, and HMS Vanguard. Trying to look up and find where the Mark 2s were fitted. That seems to be fitted to they seem to be fitted around London. They seem to be Army AA guns. They're also sent to Australia and New Guinea and all sorts of things in enclosed anti-aircraft turrets. That you can go and look them up and find them at Primrose Hill and all sorts of places like that. And some coastal batteries in Port Moresby. So basically, the reason they were fitted with the ones were what fitted the ships. The 2s were what were fitted ashore. So pretty much that's it. And honestly, the 1 was upgraded as well. So functionally, the difference between the 1 and the 2 is, by the point we're talking about, is pretty much it's null and void. And there's no real value in it. Maybe there would have been improved Mark III post World War II if they decided to keep them around longer. But yeah, it's entirely just, you know, a land war thing. The RB-10 Mark II is the Bologna Dido gun. Not sure about that.
Well, the next question is going to be a doozy.
Well, hang on, I'm just checking because
yes,
Knight claims it's the Bologna gun. No.
I'm going to press X to doubt on that one.
Well, all I found is I've found it listed as being fitted with the Mark I guns. Yeah.
You got a source for that one, buddy? You got a source?
With a source.
Knight, I'm not poking fun at you with that. It's the meme, and I like the meme.
It's the meme. It is the meme.
You don't want to know how many things I do just for the meme.
You cannot put something that will be memed in front of me and Bruin and not expect us to meme it.
Bologna and the other class of her class have an improved loading mechanism built into their turret because they have a modified turret, but that's it. And probably the value of ripping, probably it's something worthwhile putting in a new ship, but it's not worthwhile ripping out a whole turret system off a battleship and just put back a new turret. It's probably not, a nicer way, it's probably not worth it. But as far as I can see, they have the same guns. The only thing I can see difference in this, in the specs I'm reading down next to me, which are the specs I wrote up during my PhD, they could be wrong, but I wrote up all sorts of specs, there are notes about, the only notes of difference I have are on some modifications to the turret design and loading mechanism. Which couldn't be included in earlier designs. So that's all I have. As far as I can see, they were all Mark 1 guns. So, yeah. Sorry, Knight, but as far as I can see, yeah, the Yep, they don't.
The problem with
You know, Royalist gets the 5.25 same improvements as the 5.25 inch put on Vanguard, and that's the things that there's. Yeah, they get the versions which are still put on Vanguard. They don't get a Mark II gun. The Mark II gun is to do with the land mount. So I'm sorry, I cannot see it at all. I've gone and checked it out because you're usually very good. So presume you've found it somewhere or something. Someone's put something somewhere, but my sources, the information I have in front of me, doesn't agree with it. What impact would the Baltic project have had on the post-World War I world? Baltic project?
Slight problem.
Yeah?
No one knows exactly what the Baltic project would have been. There were a few nebulous ideas floated around for what could happen and what might be done and how it might be implemented. But it never got narrowed down to anything like a concrete enough proposal to actually lock in. All there was nebulous ideas to send the Royal Navy into the Baltic and then do something. Are we landing troops? Are we blockading trade from Sweden and Norway? Are we going to help the Russians?
Okay.
All our proposals that were floated.
Fleet. So on those proposals, etc., who's likely to be the person in charge of any Baltic operation?
Well, the idea originally came from Fisher.
Yes, but who's going to be in charge of it? Who's going to be executing it if it happens?
I'm not sure, actually, off the top of my head. It would probably be Jellicoe, given he would be overall theatre commander.
Yeah. What was Jellicoe's Baltic plan?
Don't think he had one, did he?
He did. He put it down in a letter.
Did he? Well, that's news to me.
And it was his musings were basically in response to some other people suggesting Baltic things to him. The only purpose the Royal Navy could do is to go into the Baltic is if the High Seas Fleet had been defeated and they could make their way in, cut off trade with Sweden and Scandinavia, and threaten the German coast. Maybe ensure supplies get through to Russia. That's pretty much what he's putting forward.
Yeah.
And when you think about it, that makes a lot of sense. That's all stuff the Navy can do without bothering anyone else. Out withdrawing troops from the Western Front or anything like that. But he does also counter criteria that they will possibly be having to reinforce Denmark as they go. In fact, he thinks they probably will have to reinforce Denmark as they go. In fact, there's a real worry in some parts of the Navy that they're going to have to Copenhagen Denmark again.
Yeah. Bear in mind, Denmark's not actually a... He's not a belligerent during the First World War.
No. They're not. But they're worried about how to defend them. Because they're fairly sure the Germans will advance up to try and take Denmark. But there again, the Danish army is on pretty good alert at this point during World War I, and they are pretty well dug in, and it's not World War II. Not World War II.
Yeah.
Channel. Regarding question 74, what would the battle fleet be capable of occupying the Hapus Consortium Corporate Sector Authority Crisis Ascendancy? Is that from last time? Question 74 from last week. The battle fleet in question was the 1 Secutor, 2 Allegiance, 6 ISDs, Mark 1s, 8 Victories, 4 Vindicators, 4 Tonchalks, 12 Architens, and 20 East Strike Cruisers, and a Carracks.
No. That is not enough firepower. That's not even close to enough firepower.
You can take out the huts.
That is a fraction of the...
You can take out the huts with that force.
No, you definitely could not. The huts are even more of a challenge than any of the mentioned parties
1
already.
Secutor, 2 Allegiance, 6 ISDs, 8 Victories,
Huts
4 Vindicators, 4 Tonchalks, 12 Architens, 20 East Strike Cruisers, and a Carracks.
That'll barely scratch the Hut fleet. If you threaten the Huts properly, they will. They go from we're just going to be in the background to we're bringing our battle fleet, and they will, and that will annihilate that force.
Don't look at me. I lost my nerd cred on this one a long time ago.
I'm just surprised that, to my experience in looking for things, whilst Huts historically were quite a major force, by the time those vessels are around, Hut force is not really that joined up.
Oh no! Thing is, the Huts don't like to do the hard approach. They much prefer softly in the background. But if that's coming their way, they will reactivate a lot of their interesting items and a lot of their larger warships they keep in reserve. But anyway,
what happens if British brought more resources in Asdic in the late 1920s and 1930s and the impact on World War II?
Depends to what level they get it to.
They're pouring as much money into it as they can in that period. You could theoretically pour even more money into it, but honestly, the only way you could really get that work, there's a question in the February videos, which is what happens if the Royal Navy gets the builders, basically gets a blank check from the Treasury as far as sloops and escorts go in 20s and 30s because of keeping yards open. And so they're able to order as many of those as they like. That circumstance, then you build enough ASDICs and you build enough systems that you probably do start to actually be able to make the real progress, because most of the progress that's made in World War II over ASDIC and sonar development comes from the volume of ships using it and operating with it. And the only way you're going to get to that level is if you've got basically a wartime build budget going on. So yeah, that's the advantages. Other than that, there's not really much more you can do than you're doing with it in 20s and 30s as you are. Do you agree, Fleet?
Yeah, pretty much. You've hit the nail on the head. Don't really need to say anymore.
Mm-hmm. If the last torpedo from I-168 missed Yorktown, and she made it back to a place she could be repaired, would she be worth repairing due to the damage from Coral Sea and Midway? Yes.
Yes.
She's a Yorktown class. You'll be able to get her into service a lot more quickly than you'll be able to get some of the Essexes and the Swarm coming down the slip. So she's worth it. So they do it. And without any shadow of a doubt, they do it. Black Horse.
Yeah, it's typically easier easier, cheaper, and quicker to repair a vessel than build a whole new one. Typically, not always, though.
I'm going to start a policy is if someone ends quicker than I thought it was, because if I thought I had enough time to take a little bite of my chocolate cake, which is sitting next to me,
Yeah.
one of you can read the question, please, while I'm munching.
If the Essex Swarm had been... Sorry, Black Horse asks, if the Essex Swarm had been delayed till 44, what do you think happens in the Pacific War? Well, you've not fundamentally changed all that much. You've... Actually, to be fair, you've not really changed much at all. The actual swarm of Essexes doesn't arrive till 1944. Only a couple enter service in 43. The rest do not come till 44. But if you're talking about any Essexes not being in service till 44, you've not really changed too much. The Japanese aren't. There's no major carrier actions. That will be fundamentally changed, I think, by Essex's not being there.
You probably find a war that gets the war takes a few months longer.
Yeah, but that's really all that's been changed.
I know we've got into
Ground
this before,
casualties will probably be a little higher because the airfield suppression and fire and close air support is going to be reduced.
Yeah. That'll be interesting.
But that just probably means that the standards will have a few more hours, days of shore bombardment duty, which I'm sure they'll just be absolutely busted up about.
Yeah. The war might take longer in the Pacific by a bit longer. It also you might find that they do a little bit more focus on the European theatre, a little more efforts go that way because it hasn't got a manoeuvre the assets to support the Pacific operations that they want, which might well lead to, let me put it this way, there being a greater differential between the end of the war in Europe and the end of the war in the Pacific. Because honestly, Hitler's running out of time. Basically, almost from the invasion of the Soviet Union, he's on a clock. And war's running down.
Yep.
And the moment you've got the second fronts opening up in Normandy, etc., all these things, then the amount of resources they have available that they can actually do stuff with is very limited. Right, I've just been warned I need to add in a ad. So ad going in on YouTube.
And I'll take the opportunity to rehash something from, what was it, Chandelord's? Yeah, Chandelord's question. We don't really see much of Chiss combat capability, at least in Legends. We just see Thrawn. And I would say that if Thrawn is considered one of the greater tacticians in at least the Legends continuity, and it seems like Disney has carried that over. If they're willing to exile him because he believes in the value of a preemptive strike, what does that say for the commanders that they're willing to keep? It either says really good things or really bad things. And Thrawn also comes up with the in Legends at least, comes up with the TIE Defender concept.
He still does in canon as well. That's still something he does in canon. That's not changed from Legends to canon.
That was a hint. Okay, I didn't know if they changed it to be some Imperial governor or, nerd somewheres. I say being a nerd myself. And you can bet that he baked in probably some operational concepts and some unspoken understandings of Chiss technology into it. And the TIE Defender was seen as a major, major threat to anything that was going up against it. So of all the powers on that list, I would be the most concerned about the Chiss ascendancy. And then the Hutts just have criminal connections. They're just as bad as Black Sun. They have an informal support network that spans the entire galactic empire. Your logistics are going to get very, very interesting if you decide to go to war against the Hutts. Very interesting.
Logistics? What
Good luck with
logistics? You had logistics? I don't see any logistics. Black Horse. How often were ships used as a fortress in place of land ones? It's not normal, but there are occasions where ships have basically been turned into impromptu fortifications because of necessities, but it's very rare. And honestly, it's usually vessels which have already beached themselves or something, and the crew are turning it into an impromptu fortress because of its utility. There are examples like landing craft securing various reefs in the South China Sea, etc., because of various issues, and because that's what you can get ashore. Because the shore, it doesn't really come up, and that sort of thing. So yeah, there are used. Matthew Blends, was there ever a realistic scenario for CVA-1 to be built? That confuses me, because that suggests that CVA-1 being built wasn't realistic. The government going along with it, they had the funding, everything was allocated, it was going to be built. They changed their mind, but it was never... Saying something's not realistic... Look, it's a political decision, it's changed, but there's no infrastructure or economic reasons why CVA-1 shouldn't be built. Or wouldn't be built, so realistically, it's not a realistic problem. It's a case of, it's politics, and politics changing its mind. And you have to remember, CVA-1s have been the policy for over a decade. And we'll be blowing up to it. Yeah. Oh boy, what software will the Minecraft server run on? Java. Java. We're going for the PC version, not the phone version, because it's got to be fully realistic, and also we want to have Runon program in as the admin of the server.
You're putting
a Blackburn so the Dragon.
The server's admin.
She will be.
Wait,
he's
what?
not.
Oh,
He's
I had to walk away. What?
But her silence was agreement. Anyway,
No, I did not. I agreed to absolutely nothing. I cannot be held to the contract that I agreed to in absentia. What are we talking about?
It's the classic rules, my friend. If you're not here to say you don't volunteer, you automatically did volunteer. So, what was the least efficient warship of World War I? That's a tough question, because that's presupposing there were efficient warships in World War I. They're all pretty interesting.
Honestly, any of the hexagonal dreadnoughts.
Yeah, probably. Where's the Runon poll? Alex, where's the Runon poll? Yeah.
Excuse me.
The Blackburn Minecraft server. Yes. Runon will program in to replace the Dragon. The Ender Dragon will be replaced by Blackburns. Runon's very good at programming.
Where have you been? Have you seen what I've cobbled together for StreamerBot? The devs are probably screaming in a corner, rocking back and forth, back and forth. You know there's a more efficient way to do this, right?
What was the least efficient warship of World War II?
Furious and courageous.
That's a good argument for those.
Yeah.
Or wait a minute. Sorry, that was for World War One.
For World War II?
World War II? Shinano.
Yeah, honestly.
Shinano or anything German that was built post
Oh.
mustachio ascendancy.
Post mustachio.
Okay, Black Horse, do you think the effort the British need to deploy at the German warships in Norway was more time resource consuming than if they had been left in the Atlantic?
Norway's pretty safe. It's actually easy for them to get supplies to Norway than it is to France, because the French resistance keep blowing things up. Less things blow up when you go north. There are still things blowing up, but the resistance movements are less blowy-uppy in Denmark and Norway.
Do you think the effort the British needs to deploy the German warships in Norway was more time resource consuming than if they'd been left in the Atlantic? It's the British forces they're talking about. And to cover the... Yeah. No, it's not a problem to go and deal with the Germans in Norway. It's fine. And the British forces are mostly in the North Sea anyway. North Atlantic, and Norway's North Sea, North Atlantic. So... And the advantage is trying to stop the Germans getting control of Norway. It far outweighs the risks of the value of not doing it. The problem is in the failure. Who had the worst logistics in World War II?
Germany.
Germany.
I'm sorry. It's like
yeah,
Italy
I don't
and
even
Japan
need
actually. Yeah, like Italy and Japan actually knew what they were and what sort of wars they were fighting, and had logistic chains set up to handle that.
Well,
Germany...
if nothing else, those two powers understood the virtue, value, and importance in standardization and simplification.
Yes. Yes.
And when they create a new standard, it is a notably different thing. It is not, yes, we have made one change to this item, and it is now a completely different mark. You change the drive sprocket. Yes, but it's a completely different mark, and we will now set up a completely different accountancy and logistics chain to support it. You change the drive sprocket. Okay.
Mildly stressing out poor Rune on there. Now, Matthew Blerens, how does the concept of a long conflict between nuclear powers work in the age of mutually assured destruction? Well, we've never had a long actual open conflict between such powers, but the theory goes, and I am keeping to the theory here, that as long as they respect each other's territorial integrity, and neither side ends up getting pushed to the point at which they've lost everything worthwhile defending, it works. Basically, the concept is basically it's no first use of nuclear weapons. So as long as they keep to conventional weaponry, they're okay. But this is why things like anti-ship ballistic missiles, which have the same flight profiles as ballistic missiles, become a real problem. Because as I've said before, if you fire off a whole set, because let's be honest, to take out a carrier battle group, you're not going to be firing one ballistic missile. You're not going to be going for one shot, one kill. Especially not with the fact of movement and the joy of trying to actually communicate with a ballistic missile and trying to guide it when it's coming down and through all the plasma, etc. generates and all the other issues. So you're probably going to be firing about a couple of dozen, okay? So you're lofting off 24, let's say, ballistic missiles that will go up and then start to divert off there once they're already up there. The thing is, with all the satellites that are in fairly high Earth orbit and fairly difficult to destroy going around, those things are going to be detected once they get airborne within, like, 30 seconds of them being airborne. If that long. Which means you have to hope that the American president, if you're China launching these weapons, is going to wait till the point at which those missiles start behaving before he orders a counterstrike with his own ballistic missiles and believes you're not, and realizes you're not attacking him, you're just attacking a carrier group. You're not doing a first strike on his bases in the area, you're just going after his carrier groups, which are equivalent to
Yeah,
bases
that is not a calculation
with a load
that
of
goes
ballistic.
through people's minds.
Yeah,
Isn't there also the small
that's the
notation
problem.
that the United States government, not just the United States military, considers attacking and sinking a carrier group tantamount to a nuclear strike?
It depends how it happens.
It depends how it happens. Again, if it's during a and also what weapons are being used. But this is the thing: is yeah, you don't want to use that. You don't want to do that. You really don't. You just the example I give you is that if we go through the American presidents in history, imagine Teddy Roosevelt. Imagine you were telling him, well, sir, they've launched, but we won't know if they are going to be attacking us, our bases, or our carriers for at least another 5 to 10 minutes.
Nope, it's that
Teddy Roosevelt is really going to wait there for 5 to 10 minutes before making that decision of launching his weapons as counterstrike, just in case you're going to hit him. No.
Like, I'm just going to point out that if strategic weapons leave their silos and launchers, there are only a limited number of scenarios in which that happens. None of them are good. And if it's gotten to the point where strategic weapons have been launched, the other side basically has to respond. Like, it's not a... The only decision to make is how they are responding. Are they doing a counter-force strike? Are they doing a limited response? Like, again, there's a lot to actually unpack in regards to how, you know, how a nation would respond to a nuclear strike. That's basically all I've got to say about it.
That's pretty much it. You know, it's gonna be problematic if you do it. So basically, the whole thing, how it works in a conventional conflict between nuclear powers, which goes on for a while, is literally no first use, and that actually working viably is going to depend upon a very tight command and control sequence. And you're probably going to have... The first thing you're going to have to do during the conflict is, if there are any vessels fitted with nuclear weapons as part of their regular weaponry, remove them. Routine. No nuclear warhead torpedoes. No, we've got one Tomahawk with components. Nothing like that, because you want nothing which is outside your central control. Because that leaves the chance of someone setting it off on purpose or accidentally.
Like, the only place you have room for wiggle is that area. Atop weapons that are dual use.
Yeah.
And even if, like, tactical nuclear weapons usage or theater nuclear weapons usage, where it's very clear it's not a strike against your homeland.
No, anything. The moment you... No. The thing is... The whole point is, if you're the nuclear powers, the moment you set it off one, you've started a chain reaction. Doesn't matter whether it's theatre, strategic, what it is. The moment you can't. That is actually how the doctrine goes. Because for many,
it's not a hard and fast rule.
No, it is, because if we consider what was Britain's stated response if their forces were hit with nuclear weapons in a conflict in Germany.
Well, yes, they would escalate to nuclear force.
Britain doesn't have any option. What does France?
Yes.
So let's say you're a nuclear power in this scenario. We're dealing with Britain and a NATO war, which is the only scenario where you really get nuclear powers probably fighting each other, other than India and Pakistan. And even India and Pakistan, they both have the rule that in this way, there's a reason they've never used theatre level weapons, because they both know it doesn't stop the escalation; it just accelerates it up to full strategic weapons.
I know. I'm not saying it stops escalation.
No, there is no, I understand where you're coming from, but whilst there was a doctrine in the early 50s which was around the idea of maybe we can use them for theatre weapons, very quickly it got shut down because it was realised if you use them at all, in any way, shape or form, in a conflict, You are setting off that chain. You're starting off the road to the full strategic outburst. So you can't afford to have any nukes under anyone's control going off anywhere.
The problem with that is I understand why we've seen a lot of deproliferation of theatre weapons. But
Yeah.
what I would say is, and tactical weapons, what I would say is, I think this is I'm not saying that you should, but I can see the argument being made for where people could try and wiggle their way around it.
The trouble
there are options.
There aren't options. Believing there are options is the first road to failure on this one. Jimmy Carter just passed away. Oh, that's a shame.
Aww.
Shame.
That is a shame. Sorry, thank you, Blackburn Maximus, for telling us that. But in argument, the thing is, with those systems, especially with nuclear weapons, the argument for wiggle room is, well, if we use it tactically, if we use it this scenario, that scenario, if we drop it from a plane, no. The moment a nuclear weapon goes off, all bets are off. The moment you open that door, so whilst the one reasons why there was quite a large number of tactical systems or tactical grade weapons, especially the drop bombs which are used, and NATO and the Soviet Union and Russia as well have inherited a large number of drop bombs from the Cold War, etc. era. They are still supposed to be pursuing strategic assets, but on a tactical level in a wider conflict. And they're basically about, well, if we're going to be blasting the smithereens, the places which are a long way away internally, we'd better also blast all their local forces to smithereens as well, so that they can't roll onto our areas while we're recovering from their strike.
There is, the use of weapons tactically is, tactical nukes are, well, pad up at the gently, not very effective for what they are.
No, they cause a lot. They cause a lot of trouble.
And even like the amount of bang you get, like you may not even shatter a full division. You may not even do that.
Yeah.
Like
it's like a carrier battle group. It's spread out over too great a distance.
Yeah, there's a reason why everyone's going, you know what, tactical atomics we really don't need anymore, so they just got rid of them.
As Leslie's put in there, and limited nuclear war is a myth, believe me. Yeah, it is. I've seen people... I have watched people try and wargame it, and I have been part of academic exercises where people have tried to wargame it. The idea they could have limited. And pretty much my role in the exercises was to show them how it didn't work. And I would. Brutally sometimes. And they would try and make cases, and it was very easy to turn it around and go, no. Because here's the thing. They go, well, they wouldn't bother responding because we've just nuked a division. We've only killed a brigade. They're not going to worry about that. They're not going to respond to that. I go, whose kids were in that brigade? And now you've used that. Let's say they then use a nuke back on you to nuke one of your brigades. What are you going to do with that then? One nuke another one. See where this is going?
Yep.
Yeah, sometimes I was asked to be nice to people and be kind about it. Sometimes I was told to make them cry. Believe it or not, what I'm doing to Fleet right now is me on nice mode. Why is there a movement to call pre-dreadnought Royal Sovereign style battleships? Because it's wrong to call them pre-dreadnoughts, because no one knew dreadnought was coming, so they can't be named pre-dreadnought, because that means you must know dreadnoughts coming to build them. It's a classification from people who are post-dreadnought to call them pre-dreadnoughts. If you're going to name from battleships for a style of ship, they need to be named for the beginner of that style. The beginner of that style was the Royal Sovereign class. Prior to that, they're called the Ironclads. They make sense. They are named for the style they're in. Calling them because they're pre-dreadnought, because they can't, because it just doesn't work. Okay? Just doesn't.
I mean, yes,
And-
that is true. It is true, but I would
Fleet,
point
I
out
withdraw the
that
rule about not making you cry.
I have no opinion. I am Switzerland.
as
I'm happy to
historians,
sit
we
here
have to-
and shave down my plastic crack while these two go at it.
As historians, we have to accept sometimes that terms become widely accepted and mostly work, and not sweat the details. Yes, it's
Yes.
a term retroactively applied, but I don't think there's any harm in it existing.
There's no harm, but I will still keep
Okay,
trying to
but
do
at
my
the
best
same
to not
time-
destroy
okay.
it.
Fleet,
To be
this
fair,
is
I think
where I
calling them all
will,
steel battleships is better.
I will,
That's a decent way to classify them.
I will horn in and say, I don't care that it's called a manual conduit bender. It's a hickey.
Mm-hmm.
Just because that's not the accepted and prevalent and technically made by an engineer term doesn't mean I accept it.
Fu's only objecting because he wants to call them host style ships. No.
No,
Uh,
I refuse.
Hell breaks loose. Worst smoke screens ever used in combat? Lots of times. There are lots of
Yeah.
smoke screens being used.
Yeah, a lot.
It's a very common thing for destroyers to be pumping out smoke. In fact, that's half the times the Germans, etc., and various formations get away, but also in the Mediterranean, smoke is a common thing. You often have destroyers laying smoke to cover merchant ships to try and get them out of scenario. When there's in the battle where a destroyer ends up soloing a Italian battleship, the reason is because her and the other destroyers in her division are laying so much thick smoke that the other destroyers are not only have they obscured the merchant ships from that battleship's guns, she's obscured the other destroyers from that battleship, so they can't see to fire, which is why she has to solo. So the tribal basically just puts out so much smoke behind her. No one else is in the fight, because they're all just going, can't see! There's so much smoke! Where's the Italians? And the tribal at the front is just going, well, hey! We had them to ourselves! And the Italians are going, they fired baked beans at us! This is a war crime! It's a war crime!
Worse yet, they weren't even homemade baked beans. They were canned baked beans.
Have you seen what they call this tomato sauce? This is evil. Thoughts on latest US legislation, Ships for America Act. Do you think it's going to be useful for shipbuilding in America, or is it going to be rejected from the start? I would say
That's a very loaded question.
Go and
That's a very loaded question.
Go and have a look at.
There are only.
Go and have a look at Sal Merciado's channel. What is going on with shipping? He's doing a lot of in-depth stuff on it. I would say, broadly speaking, I agree with his analysis, though. I would say, broadly speaking, I agree with his analysis, but he has far more of a dog in the fight than I do. I have enough dogs in the fight with the UK and the carrier questions and people coming up with stupid articles that I then have lots of people tweeting going, are you going to respond to this? And I'm going, no, because I actually have more subscribers than they do, so if I respond to it, that actually gives them attention. I'm not doing that.
What's this?
And that's on Twitter, let alone anything else.
Oh, what's the beef now? Who's
I'm
trying
pretty-
to start pointless drama for no reason?
People are one of the big complaints they've got about the Queen Elizabeth class, they should be got rid of because they're not nuclear powered.
That's a benefit to them, not a detriment.
It's a design choice.
The fact they're conventionally powered is a good thing.
Yeah, apparently it makes them terrible.
Fleet, but you are slightly smarter than the average bear. One thing I will say about Ships for America Act is that it is likely to be looked on favorably by the incoming administration.
Oh yeah, it's going to be.
I do not see the White House vetoing it. I do not see the devil's in the details. I do think I watched Sal's video, but I forgot most of it, unfortunately. That's not a mark against Sal. That's just my marble-sized and textured brain. On its face, it has a very good chance of passing in one form or another. I will remind the court that Ships for America was largely negotiated under the conditions of the last half of the first Trump presidency. So this is a similar bill just for shipbuilding. I hope it passes. That would be smart, which means it probably won't because it's Congress. But
It might.
yeah,
I think it might pass just to literally show they're doing something.
I think the biggest issue
it's a
is
fairly it's one of those bills which is going to pass just to show that everyone's doing something, and they can pass it to look like they're doing something, and then get back to the business of fighting over everything.
yeah, I think there's if there's provisions to open new yards, that's where I see it becoming the biggest issue, because you're going to have a lot of fights with NIMBYs about getting the yard space or getting the actual terrain to put the yards in.
And before anyone else, yes, I did just find some chocolate icing, and I quickly ate it because, as we all know, dogs shouldn't have chocolate icing, and I just thought, what's the easiest way to quickly dispose of it? So, if a British fleet got zapped to an empty version of the UK, what is the latest type of ship that could be kept going until an industry to build new ships could be built?
If you're talking about a completely virgin land, you don't have the docks, you don't have the port facilities, you don't have the dredge channels. You are like every single ship in that fleet is going to break down. There is nothing you can keep going.
What is the latest version of a type of ships that could be kept going until the industry to build new ships should be built? Probably
Nothing.
probably the Warriors.
You're
we're
talking about...
talking about the ships of the 1860s. They're the ones who would probably, because if you look at you look at the equipment they carry on them, they are the last ones which are really sort of designed to turn up to random islands in the middle of the ocean and semi-sustain themselves. So
I thought we were talking about the modern era. Are we?
No, they said what is the latest type of ships that could be kept going.
Oh,
so I would say I think really Warriors. Warrior and Black Prince are pretty much it.
Absolute latest, but ideally you'd want a wooden warship.
Well, yeah, but it was the latest, so sort of the latest type of ship is going to be Warrior. It's going to be the Warrior Black Prince, that period of ships. Nothing later than them. Nothing, very strictly nothing later than them. And honestly, yeah, they're going to be fun.
Yeah.
Difference in the smoke generating equipment in the First World War between the major navies. Most of it's pretty much, broadly speaking, the same. They have smoke pots. Some of the ships do have some. They have smoke pots they can put off, but also some of them it's literally just you add fuel to the smoke you add a bit of fuel into the smoke funnel gases, etc.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I thought that was the primary way to make smoke.
Yeah. But there are also smoke pots, etc., and things you can do to have extra systems. But not really.
Because if I remember correctly, actually I don't remember correctly because I know the Iowas have a whole series of periscopes from the boiler rooms, so that they can observe the color of smoke.
Yeah.
That the ship is produced to make sure that they are burning as they intend to.
Yep. Are there any similarities between the Edwardian Royal Navy and the US Navy today? I'd say both are having issues with politics.
Yeah.
And it's going to be really fun. I'm looking forward to the next of the history videos, next of the 2 historian videos, because that's going to be with someone who really knows what they're talking about, and is really involved in that sort of leadership discussion and discussion US Navy, and I think it's going to be really interesting. I would also say though that looking into some of the things we have coming up and some of the things that are going on, there's also quite a lot of, how do I put this in sort of a semi-polite way, there's also quite a lot of scenarios where people project things onto a navy, and a navy is a melting pot which has to take everyone it can get. That's it. Navy's always been the same. They've always been able to have to take people. The reverse criteria has always got to be willingness to serve. And it's more often than not, especially when I'm dealing with people who are shouting about this group or that group shouldn't be in whatever role they're in the armed forces, and my response tends to be along the lines of, well, are you prepared to join up? The recruitment office is that way. Please go. Because if you'll join up, then they don't have to take other people, do they? Because these are volunteer armed forces. It's kind of like my point whenever people start bringing up things about the draft or conscription, and usually the people bring it up are of an age at which they will no longer be included in it, and I go, well, I'm fine, I'm fully happy with you bringing those things in, I can understand it, but there's also got to be one of your criteria. If you, as a member of parliament, wish to do it in, then you have to do that. Not only that, you don't. Once you voted in, you don't have to walk down to the recruitment office, and you have to sign on as a reservist or a regular. Your choice. But you have to sign on and do it as a reservist, regular, and have to go through that training. If you want to make everyone else go through that, I don't mind. There are perfectly good arguments for and against it. I will accept either way. But I firmly believe that if you're going to vote for it and vote it in, then you should go sign on to serve alongside them.
Although I would make the argument that you probably don't want somebody in your armed forces who is discriminatorily minded.
Oh, they'll get that
Yeah.
in nicest way in the armed forces. You quickly lose quite a lot of that because the discrimination becomes everyone. It's like some of the most discriminatory people I've met in my life have been Marines of both the US and the Royal Marines. But they don't discriminate based on age, gender, anything like that. No, it's were you Royal Marine or not? Were you a US Marine or not? That's their discrimination. You're either one or you're not. Nothing else matters. Everything else is just, sugar cubes and sugar plums and all that stuff. No. What matters, are you a royal or are you not? Are you a marine or are you not? It's literally, it comes down to that. Yeah. And in my experience, armed forces, especially well-run runs, usually that's the legacy. It's, are you this or are you not? But if again, and nicest way, it's the fun thing is, it's when I see standards being put out and I know certain standards go through. Also, there's the fact that warfare changes, and this is what some people don't forget. Warfare changes, and what you're needing from people is different. If you consider what we needed to sail a ship in the 1820s is very different to what we need to sail a ship in the 2020s.
Yeah.
In terms of skill set. So, yeah.
And then there's also
Andrew Campbell,
yeah,
I can repeat what you said. Yeah.
So, alrighty. Next one on the list. Why has the UK have had trouble with dismantling their subs? See earlier point about civilian nuclear reactor techs.
Pretty much
requires a very specialized.
No one's had an easy time dismantling their nuclear submarines. I think the Americans have also have been having their issues. Everyone, mostly because they've never done it before. So basically, it's taken years to work out how we're going to do it before we do it, because no one really wants to do it wrong, because they could end up with going boom. So they want to make sure they're doing it right before they do it.
And if we want to talk about major problems dismantling nuclear submarines, look at the fun the Russians had dismantling the Alphas with their liquid metal reactors.
Oh, well, for America, our disposal method is simple. It's the same disposal method as we've always had. Also our same storage method. We just go in the desert and bury it. We're nice like that.
Yeah, the British
and if anybody thinks I'm joking, no. We take the core reactor segments from at least our boomers, and we take them into the desert. We lay them out so the Chinese and the Russians and anybody else who cares to take a look can see them with their overflight satellites, and then we bury them.
Yeah.
I think the British, I was involved sticking them down a granite mine, but I can't remember more than that from a newspaper article I read years ago.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, disused granite mine. Would it have been worth it to just replace the engines as soon as possible on the Nelson class instead of going for speed? You're not going to get the same. Part of it to do the differential is the length to beam ratio. And part of the reason why I'm sure Rodney gets the speed she does is Dalrymple Hamilton just doesn't care about those engines. Just doesn't give a flying hoot about them. They're going to be replaced anyway. So he'll wreck them. He'll quite happily wreck them. And that's the reality.
Look what happens to Rodney. Look what happens to Rodney after the chase after she's done chasing the Bismarck. She goes, right, okay, get me a tow line because I'm not moving any other way.
No.
Because her engine... I'm sure she breaks down afterwards.
She doesn't...
Or am I confusing another ship?
She doesn't quite break down. She just doesn't feel like going at full speed, and she's running out of fuel, and both ships are running out of fuel. Both her and King George V are running out of fuel because they kind of burnt a lot of fuel, and because the replenishment... there's a ship that conks out its engines after a high-speed chase, but I forget which one it is. It's not Rodney. I'm confusing Rodney for a different ship. Rodney and King George V are running out of fuel after that chase because they've kind of burnt mule fuel, and if you then check the amount of fuel they were carrying versus what speeds they're officially supposed to be doing and their burn rates, they shouldn't have got that low on fuel. That they were as low as they were. So either they went out with a lot less than they were supposed to, and we're talking a lot less than they were supposed to, and there's no real point in doing that, or they were burning more fuel than they're supposed to be. And if they're burning more fuel than they're supposed to be, there's only one reason they'd be doing that. And what's that fleet?
Because they're running after something.
And if they
forced draft.
Forced draft. Yes, that's it. Forced draft is engaged. And if you're engaging forced draft, your fuel consumption is going to go way up, but so's your speed. Bottlenecks in seaplane carrier construction, if any, in World War One. There weren't really any. There really weren't. They were converting ferries.
Yeah, it was basically just the only bottleneck, if you can call it that, is basically just going, all right, what are we not using for the war effort? What's least useful otherwise, but still able to be converted? That's the only bottleneck. He's actually picking the ships to convert.
And that's
it has to be something that's viable, but also something that you're not going to miss.
And that's the point at which you bring out retired naval constructors and you send them on a fact-finding mission.
Yep. Why do you think it's the older... It's not the latest and greatest channel ferries and island sea ferries that get picked. It's the ones not quite on their last legs that... They're not broken down or anything, but...
They're serviceable, but they're serviceable, but not as valuable.
Yeah.
Have you read Sink 'Em All by Admiral Charles Lockwood? If so, what do you think about it? I think the answer is yes. I can't remember when I read it, though. And, yeah, it was fun. It was interesting to read, but there again, that's my base with most books. How about you two?
Never read it.
Never even heard of it.
Black Maximus, what if the Hawkins class had been 14 to 16,000 tons with 8 times 9.2 inch guns in 4 turrets? How would this affect the Washington Treaty?
Sorry.
I'm sure I've done this.
Did we grab Bowmeal? Did we grab Bowmeal Boys bottlenecks and seaplane carrier?
Yes, we did that.
Yeah, we did that.
Okay, sorry.
I would also point out.
I think I've done a video on this. I think I've done a video about this because basically that raises the cruiser tonnage, the cruiser settings of what's below this to about 14 to 16,000 tons, let's say, and that means things like Hermes, etc., aren't included in the carrier tonnage limitations because vessels under 16,000 tons wouldn't include it. But also you're going to have to raise up the capital ship limits and the carrier limits, and possibly you end up with a carrier limit which is somewhere in the region of 32,000 tons. Well, let's put it this way. If we consider the battleships as they were set up, They were supposed to have up to 35,000 tons, which was 25,000 tons clear space between them and the Hawkins class. So let's say the Hawkins class are 15,000 tons. You're then going to set your limit for your carrier for your capital ship at 40,000 tons. Your carrier was supposed to be 27,000 tons, which if you go between 35 and 10, you'll notice it's roughly halfway in between, right? So if you've raised your carrier up to 40, your capital ship up to 40, and your cruiser up to 15, then to put your carrier in between, that's going to be roughly 37,000 tons stand displacement. So that's going to adjust everything up that much.
Knight. Just seeing this in the comments related to the Nelrods. They have been low on fuel as their fuel capacity was woefully inadequate because they are compromised by the naval treaty, which was already dead on arrival. Fuel capacity was a concern for the Royal Navy. It was not something that would be minimized to the they weren't like the Italians. They could afford a shorter set of legs than the Americans, yes, because of their basing network, but they still needed a good set of legs because they have to cross the Atlantic. They have to cross potentially the Pacific.
I would also raise a point with the naval treaty being dead on arrival. It
wasn't.
Also,
It
can I just point out the stand displacement doesn't include fuel or reserve boiler feed water, so those had the amount of fuel they carried and reserve boiler water has no effect on their treaty limit. That's not a stand displacement. The definition is displacement of the ship complete, fully crewed, engined, and equipped ready for sea, including all armament and ammunition, equipment, outfit, provisions, and fresh water for crew, miscellaneous stores, and implements of every description that are intended to be carried in war, but without fuel or reserve boiler feed water on board. So there is no limitation on how much fuel or how much water you can carry. So they are carrying enough.
Sorry to interrupt, Dr. Clarke, but you have breached the 2-hour mark, so make YouTube happy.
Oh, yes, making YouTube happy.
Go. Make the corporate overlords happy.
Corporate overlords will now be happy. Have pressed the button. Also, I'm not sure where this two-finger thing came from. I do apologise. It's something I seem to have picked up off my teenage cousins over the last couple of days. Questions will be opened in a bit shortly, Ethan. Again.
We are currently at...
Is there a timeline for the Minecraft server? At the moment, no, but my suspicion is if it happens, it'll be next Christmas. Daniel Phillips, what are the advantages and disadvantages of triangular missiles? Are we likely to adopt them, and how far are we from them technically?
Daniel Phillips makes the 25th question in the queue.
There is an idea that they'd be better for storage, and they'd be more easily stored, especially in square cells for missiles, etc. In a nicest way, I don't see it happening. The flight issues of going through the triangular missiles, especially for all the roles we use missiles for, could be interesting. There are some systems and some niche areas where those missiles could be useful. I think one of the examples often given is, if I'm not mistaken, it's that missile, isn't it? Some people tend to point to things like Storm Shadow, which did have variations which were looked at, which were supposed to be were planned to be triangular, but she's ended up being a square box. I think you're more likely to end up with missiles which are squares than triangles, just from the space capacity and organizational thing. But yeah, reasons. It's fun times. Fleet?
Sorry, I was away doing something.
Will Runon be forced? I
hope not.
We will
I mean, I can't turn him into a word, can I?
We will never force Runon. We would never force Runon.
No,
And
I'm sorry.
I will
I can
point
answer.
out.
I'll read off the full question for that one because he pulled the trigger a little quickly. Because it's in here. Where did it go? Will Runon be forced into a Minecraft server moderator job if someone forms a Rumsfeld cult? I want to make a joke here, but unfortunately, this channel in this current condition is PG-13 at worst, and that joke gets very, very dark very, very quickly.
I'd also say that whilst we would never force Runon into the role,
And I would also point out
there are
that
at least
we can't-
2 members of Ship Shape who teach variations on psychological warfare, and at least 4 who practice it in various forms for some of their more normal roles. So, whilst we would never force Runon into these things, we might well know how to play with their psyche enough to get them to volunteer for it.
You wouldn't do that, though, would you, Dr. Clarke?
Depends. Do I think it's for the greater good and for the person's own individual good?
The silence is deafening.
Anyway, shall we move on?
Ramol, what are your thoughts on the Millennium Dawn Hoi 4 mod? Are you going to stream the mod in the future? Haven't seen it yet.
Well,
If I do and like it, I might do it. I think Fleet's going to stream it.
I like it. It's fantastic. I can't stream it because my computer can't handle that.
Okay, at some point, here's the thing.
Right now.
In January,
But
I'm forming a
when I
subgroup.
get a
I'm
better
going to get stuff.
computer-
I'm going to get stuff sent to me, and then you're going to come here, and we're going to do a stream on your channel of building your new computer.
Oh, that'll be fun.
Yeah, we'll use my computer to stream it while we're building it, so everyone can see you assembling your new
interesting.
computer.
Well, assembling with a great deal of help. Because
Yes, yes, it will be a great deal of help, but don't worry, it'll be, you know, I'll be standing there assisting. I might even, if you're very, very kind, I might even throw in a pizza as well for you to consume while assembling it.
Nice.
So, Black Horse, have you heard that USS Kidd has gone to dry dock and they returned the rudder to World War II specs, like the rest of the ship? That's cool if they have. I'd heard something, but I don't...
Neat.
Yeah, they're just neat. Top 5 model
Weird
warship...
flex, but neat.
Yeah, top 5 model warship models that Food want. Fleet, what model warships would you like?
Hosh, Palaio, Espania, the Koof, and the Submarine X1.
Cool.
Are you saying that Soul's rendition of Hosh is not good enough for you?
No, it's quite nice, but
Now, Ramol, for your question... Nimitz. Now,
are we really? So Ramal asks, are we really
Yeah.
stretching out the first 3 Nimitz-class carriers' service? They're going to be extremely outdated by 2026. No, they're not going to be extremely outdated by 2026.
no, they won't be.
They've never been outdated, because to be blunt, they don't have to defend themselves. They will always have escorts, and their aircraft are upgradable. Their sensors don't matter, because
And-
again, they're never going to be on their own. As long as their elevators still function, they can still store the latest munitions and carry the latest aircraft. They will never be obsolete.
What?
And then on top of that,
Oh,
too,
really?
a lot of the
Can't you hear?
Oh, yeah.
defensive mount sensor systems that we're
They work
developing
between them.
are
What's that?
being developed and designed
eaten it 'cause he
to
hadn't finished
fit
off that till
on the
recently.
existing mounts
I
on
just hadn't eaten.
the Nimitzes.
Yeah.
Because those are our capital assets.
Do you want to say
Yeah.
that to everyone?
But
So-
again, you don't even need to do that though, because again, like,
Just
it's
say
gonna have
hello.
escorts.
Hello.
Yeah, but it's pretty much there's nothing on
Could be. We've got
there's
many,
nothing
many versions
on
of
the
that.
sheets right now
Okay.
that I think is going to require a larger hangar space because UAVs are typically smaller, at least in terms of height, than their crewed counterparts. And I don't think the Osprey replacement is going to be much larger than the Osprey is. And the Nimitzes are good. It's just the hull life. And
Honestly,
you've got all the power you could want because you've got what, a pair or a trio of reactors in there.
each one has a pair of reactors.
So
Remote. The thing is, they are in a nice way. They're not going to be extremely outdated because they've had their servers. Like I was just looking through Nimitz. Nimitz has had an update not too long ago, and honestly, you could probably stick her in for another update and keep her going for at least another 5 years without having any real trouble. And it would be the easiest way to grow the fleet currently. To grow the fleet would be to have her going for a refit and keep her going for another 5 years. That would be the easiest way to grow your carrier battle force to roughly probably 15 ships. No, probably at least 14 ships. Probably going up your carrier fleet to about 14 ships if you could do that. Because if you consider the timeline for their withdrawals, etc., for the Nimitz-class, and when we're expecting withdrawals, if you could keep them each going for another 5 years, well, then that's probably that would cover both Nimitz and Eisenhower, which would allow you to get at least close to 13 assets in service, and probably more. Probably get you'd be talking 12 to 13 assets in service when you consider also the fact that the Ford's already in service. So that's your 11, and Kennedy's fitting out, and she's due to replace Nimitz. Enterprise is due to replace Eisenhower in 2029. But what you could do is instead have Kennedy come in stay on, and Enterprise then replace Nimitz. And then Doris Miller will replace Eisenhower, and well, interestingly enough, USS Jimmy Carter is a Seawolf nuclear-powered attack submarine, a Seawolf one of those. Now she was commissioned in 2005. I'm just looking at the entrance dates of the Ford class. The reason I'm saying this is because I'm wondering who they're going to name the 6th Ford class after, one that's technically supposed to replace the Roosevelt, but under Arsenault would replace the Carl Vinson. That's scheduled to enter service in 2036. And I suppose you could go with Carter for that one if you wanted to, considering Carter's just died. And Carter's about the last president that both sides of the House still like, so might actually get chosen. About the only one, about the last one. Oh. They're rare, though.
Alrighty. Matthew Blarins. During the Cold War, what was the logic of the UK prioritizing BAOR over the Royal Navy?
Simply put, because that's where you're going to set the stage for conflict resolution. To be blunt.
No.
What happens in Germany sets the stage for conflict
that
resolution.
Wasn't it at all. In the nicest way, the view is that most of the forces in Germany are going to get annihilated in the first few weeks. They're not the forces that are going to end the war or be there for conflict resolution. It was about the fact it was considered politically more
No,
important
no,
in
no,
NATO.
no, 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 no. I did. No, no, no. I didn't say. No, I didn't say they're the
You
forces
said
that are
you
gonna
said
enter
conflict resolution.
I did, but if you don't just cherry pick those two words and listen to everything else I said what happens in Germany affects how the conflict will be resolved. How the battle for Germany goes will affect what sort of resolution is viable and acceptable to both sides. If Germany falls, then the conflict resolution becomes unfavorable for the West. If Germany holds, then the status quo may be able to be returned to. That's what matters.
You see, yes and no on
Germany.
that front, because most of the holding of Germany and etc. is going to be based on the recapture of Germany after the American reinforcements arrive, after Reforger succeeds. So,
yes.
So, the calculation was, as they put in their own writings at the time, was they were doing it because it was more politically useful for them in NATO to be there. It was for, the ground armies. Yeah, it's useful, but it's a case of it's a political decision based on the value. It is considered more useful to be part of the force in Europe than in securing Reforger, despite the fact that Reforger was considered more important to the survival of Europe and that situation, as you just discussed, than the forces they were putting into BAOR. Because people would take more notice of people who were committing to Germany in the NATO discussions than of the people who were supplying Reforger, even though that was going to be more important.
Mm-hmm.
Soviet doctrine was 7 days to the Rhine. Yeah.
Although whether that would be achievable depends entirely on what happens. They could. They have the potential to do it. It's just, can they?
Yeah, can they? That's going to be... The interesting thing is going to be what happens to their logistics. But my boy...
oh, yeah, absolutely. And most importantly, if they do succeed, how much force have they expended to reach the Rhine? What state are their forces in if they succeed?
We answered this question. That we would never force Rune on. We might emotionally and mentally scar them in manipulating them into being it. But we would never force them.
I will never let you do that.
Fleet. Don't take this the wrong way. I'd like to see you try and stop us. No, we do. We do it entirely out from a place of love and respect and inclusion. Because the discussions we have had already about it are basically that people like you, like some of the Master Arms and some of the admins in the chat and my chat, some of the admins from Drax server, etc. We would want everyone to be able to have their own avatar and be able to come into server, and basically it would be a naval history server, and it would be kind of a case of what could we all build together, working together in the server over a few days, maybe over Christmas, and it would be a limited time frame. So it'd be basically like if we're going to run this for a Christmas period sort of thing. We were considering the idea of maybe doing it between Christmas and New Year, those few days, and seeing what we could build, and each of us will be logging in and streaming it of what we'd be doing. So it could be a lot of fun, but it could also be a case of basically, so what do we do as a group? What do we all manage to accomplish? What do we all build together? Do we manage to build a Minecraft HMS Dreadnought? And the reason I say Dreadnought, not Warspite, is because I'm fairly certain if we build a Minecraft Warspite, that would take over every every Minecraft server in the known universe, and a few others we don't know about. And we would then have committed a Minecraft equivalent of a war crime. So we're limiting it to HMS Dreadnought. Okay.
All right, I'm gonna put my mod foot down on the what presidents deserve to get what ships named after them. That conversation's gonna go nowhere's fast.
Yep. So Merry Christmas to you all.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Yeah, because
ixnay on the presidente.
we don't do politics arguments. The only reason I was looking up the Jimmy Carter was I remembered he had a sub named after him, and hadn't had a carrier, and I wondered if he might get a carrier now that he's died, and when it could be next one. But yeah, you don't want to go there. More worry about what a Minecraft Warspite, a Warspite machine, the sort of the Warspite machine spirits in a Minecraft server would achieve. If the power plant Hiraga wanted for one of his Yamato proposals of 24 number 13 Hyundai diesels on 6 shaft for 182,000 horsepower was used, it depends on how you drive it, okay? If you use the geared drive, you could probably get a more efficient speed approach. But have you got a geared drive which couples in? Because, you know, if you're doing it for a 4-shaft system and you have 24 of those diesels, you're going to have six plants per shaft, or are you going to go for a electric drive and have them powering electric system? And the reason I'm asking this is because there were lots of considerations being put by the Japanese into this system as to what to do and how to do it. Now, they do seem to be leaning towards a direct drive system, but again, you're going to be using gearing, you're going to be linking 6 shafts together, six engines together well, these are on 6 shafts, so you've gone for the 6 shaft design. So there's 4 diesels on per shaft. It's still going to be very complicated to get that all to work. And a lot of it's going to depend on the gearbox. So anything I give you is completely and utterly pie in the sky theory because of the gearboxing. And even work out how the gearbox is going to work. So, but I will say this, Hendrik, if you turn up to when I'm doing a Twitch stream, if you turn up and say hi, if it's UAD, I will try and I will pop out into the builder, and I'll try and build it, and we'll see what we can put together and how we can get it to work using the diesels. But it'll be interesting. It's going to depend a lot on that gearing structure. Channel. In Bruships 174, we were ingratiated to see what a possible ship girl host would look like. Who the frigate decide to make her up? I'm not sure. We'll leave that to that was entirely artistic taste, but I don't think it was that. I think we're talking she was a exotic dancer of the kind you find in the Moulin Rouge. And there's a difference. Specifically, I'm told there was a difference by my grandfather, whose father went to visit the Moulin Rouge when he was in Paris at certain points a few times and other things. Daniel Herbst. If building continues after Washington Treaty, as discussed in the last live, how feasible would it for the RARs to be converted to renowns? Not feasible. You're not converting to built ships. You're not. It's just too expensive, too difficult, and it's cheaper to build new ships. It realistically is. But if you have some sort of Washington Treaty where people are just still building ships, where there's a build allowance worked in, where let's say again it's every 6-year period, you know, the British are allowed to build 5 ships, the French, the Japanese are allowed to build 3 ships, and the French and the Italians are allowed to build 2 ships. That becomes a very different treaty system. And honestly, I would say it becomes a better treaty system. What do you think, Fleet?
Yeah, I would agree, but I also would point out that there's not going to be conversions.
No.
Like the R's are the newest battleships in the Royal Navy at the time of the treaties. Like they're not as capable as the QEs are in terms of speed, but they are the newest.
It's not by enough. They're gonna start doing that to them.
No. like with the QEs and the Rs, you have 10 battleships. You start converting Rs into renowns, your battle line goes way down.
Raptor. Yeah, burlesque is the right word. Yes, not exotic, but I think for the reason I was remembering what my granddad described it as. So I think for their time, exotic is probably when you're talking to someone who was at the time describing it was in his 90s. Probably exotic covered it all. Sound and video are out of sync.
Refresh your page. That's a client-side error.
Okay.
Sorry, that came out more aggressive than it needed to. But usually that's a client-side error. Refresh the page and it should unduck itself. If not, let us know and we'll see what we can do to fix it. And before we get stuck in on Knight's question, Knight's question makes or leaves 13 in the queue. When we get to 5, I will briefly reopen it for 5 minutes or less.
Oh.
Essentially, I will build up no more than an additional 25 questions. To the people that have lists of questions longer than my record jacket, let somebody else get a word in edgewise, please.
I will. May I read this question out, please?
Yes, you can. All the questions you can.
96831
all
asks,
questions.
if the 1939 King...
Many questions.
Alex, do you mind?
Questions.
Do you mind?
I'm doing nothing. I'm
Do
doing
you
nothing.
mind?
I'm doing nothing. Lots of questions.
Silence. If the 1939 King George V class had been built with 12 14-inch guns in 4 triple turrets, as hindsight says they should have been, how many of the problems would have been prevented? First of all, that's your opinion, Knight, in regards to that being how things should have been. I think personally the British were wrong in going for 3 quads.
I would say I don't think necessarily it's a wrong thing to go with 3 quads, but I think if you had sat down with Admiral Henderson and the Chatfield and the others and you told them, by the way, war's going to be breaking out in 1939, you're going to have limited time to work this out, I wouldn't be surprised if they made a decision to go with the triples. That's my reading on it. The quads is not the wrong thing to go with, but it requires more time. It requires war holding off to 1942. Because they know going into it they're going to have difficulty sorting out quad turrets because they've watched the French with the quad turrets, they've watched other people with the quad turrets. They know there's going to be issues. But they make sense, and you're right, they do make sense. But the thing is,
like, I'm not saying
it's one of those things of it's one of those things of in hindsight it's very easy to critique it because in hindsight if they knew that war was coming in 1939 not 1942, what would they have done? They'd have gone for the they'd have gone for the 4 triples if they had a choice.
Yeah,
they'd have gone for that. But
but without the benefit of 2020 hindsight, and I would say there are also other options as well.
I'd say also there's the other option that in a nice way, if they had any idea of the war was coming, they would probably have changed the design so it was 3 quadruples and it was 3 quads the whole way through.
Yeah.
They'd have just lied more shamelessly.
There's also a third option. Like if they choose to value, like obviously they wouldn't do because this is what we, the Royal Navy is like 28 knots is fine. But if they chose to value speed, they could have gone with 9 14-inch guns and cranked the speed up to 30 plus knots. Like, I'm not saying it's something they will do, but it's an option. Like
it is an option.
Like there are many options.
The thing is with the quad turrets is it does increase the beam of your hull to sustain it.
Like there are many options if you have hindsight with what you can do with the KGVs. And also, again, I'm going to make this point. Come on, Knight, stop asking leading questions. Stop
Foxo,
opinions
hey Foxo, hey Dragon, and by the way, Fleet as well. You'll miss the fact that my torpedo boats in UAD are now named after you. In fact, we're up to the Foxo 2s. I just ordered 200 of them.
My torpedoes are named after... Well...
I just named I just ordered 200 Foxos.
Wait, what did you name me after? I dread to think.
I've got 3 classes of torpedo boats. I originally had the Foxos, the Dragons, and the Foos. And now it's up to the Foxo 2s. And the next ones are going to be the Dragon 2s. And the ones after that are going to be the Foo 2s. My torpedo boats.
You know I You know I object to the foo. I much prefer fleet.
Yeah, but calling a destroyer class the
Sure thing,
fleet,
Sly.
fleet mate would make it just sound weird. Foo sounded better.
They're fleet boats. They're fleet boats.
But they weren't. The Foo boats are literally harbour defence. Why was Churchill made first Sea Lord twice? Politics. That's
Yep,
the simple
that-
answer. To
Ah,
politics.
there you are.
He's
that-
got a big enough name. He's got a big enough status. It's a big
Yeah.
job. It requires a certain level of press presence.
Yeah. It's really that shrimple.
Mhm.
Shrimple.
Are you keeping a shrimple there, Filet?
Did you
Aye,
ever
aye.
work with Eric
Say
Grove? Yes, we did a whole video. We did a whole build trumps about him at one point, which was after he died, and Eric was fantastic. Eric, I related some of the stories in that build trumps episode. Eric was an absolutely superstar, and look, I have this habit of wearing really bright ties. And he and I at conferences when we were together, we both wear quite. Eric was known for wearing bright ties as well. Yeah, we used to occasionally take pictures because we'd stand next to each other because we both had the brightest ties on in the room. But also some of the stuff I've had in TV work, etc. And I can think of that a few others as well. Things of it was on recommendations from Eric and others. So yeah, but I would. Eric was a superstar, a great superstar, and a really nice guy. There are some things about.
I would have loved to have met him.
You don't forget it. You also don't forget his ability to eat his ability to eat pizza. No, he was.
God, I would have
Eric was
dearly
the
loved.
kind of guy who walks into a conference, finds out that they have decided that the PhD students aren't being invited to the formal dinner, despite them having done all the presentations, and will make a stink of it, and then when they're scrabbling to try and organise something, announce that him and another couple of professors are taking all the PhD students out for pizza, and if anyone wants to tag along, they're more than welcome to, leaving the formal dinner, which had been arranged by the conference organisers, half empty. That is Eric. That is how you start. And by the way, none of the PhD students paid that night. I'm not sure which of the professors picked up the bill. Maybe they split it between them, but they were. Yeah, the naval history professors were always a special group.
Yeah.
Him and watching him. I was very lucky. I was at a conference in Greenwich with him, which had him, Norman Freeman, and Andrew Lambert presenting at. And
I will be back, gentlemen.
That was a fun conference. But it was a very scary time for me because those three sat next to each other in the front row while I was giving my paper.
Legal.
I was so glad it was a good paper. I was so glad it was a good paper. If it had been one of those papers which you chuck together and send into a conference just in the case of the off chance of you getting in, I would have been so worried. But luckily, this was a good paper. But no, he was Eric was a superstar. But yeah, me and Drac, he was one of the people who we always. It's one of the reasons why I started two historians, and we always got the guests on build trumps we do, because these people don't get it's an excuse for us to spend time with these people and to chat with them. Rommel, do you think the RN lost that surface hunter killer ASW groups in the Cold War? While the US and utilized Essex-class ASW carriers and the frigates to hunt subs. Not really. The Royal Navy's hunter-killer groups are focused on operating in places like the high North Atlantic under the coverage of American carriers or led by Invincible-class, which sort of do that role. They usually use helicopters as the basis for their force, but also you have to look at the waters they're looking at, especially if they're operating in the North Sea or around Norway, and the fjords around Norway and that sort of place. They're taking usually the inshore side rather than the Atlantic side. So that's where they need to focus on.
I would also point out that you're really in the period where, like, the Essex class are either helicopter carriers, they're actual carriers, or they're in reserve.
And
There's no real doctrinal. There never was a doctrinal use case for ASW carriers during the US to use ASW carriers during the Cold War. ASW was just something carriers did when they were operating to keep themselves safe. For ASW hunting groups, you're talking about the US using surface assets with helicopters, and if the Royal Navy would maybe consider using their Invincibles to head a hunter-killer group. But
yeah, they know
again,
they could carry a lot of helicopters for that reason. But answer Gareth, to answer your thing on the picking up the bill, the thing is, whilst I know he had that style around him, also so does Andrew Lambert and so does Norman Freeman. And there were about 4 professors there, and they all have a similar reputation. So my thinking is they possibly split the bill between them, but I will never know, because when we asked about the bill, we were told it had been paid, and that was it. And so, yeah. They were just superstars. They were really, really nice. And yeah, there were some other people around, including some quite senior former admirals and those sort of things who tagged along as well in the group. So there was a suspicion amongst the younger ones that the older ones kind of decided to club together and pay for everyone. But when you literally have... The formal dinner was supposed to have 150 guests, and apparently only 60 people turned up to it. And the 60 PhD students, etc. And we basically filled out a very large pizza place in Greenwich, which had been empty because it was a weekday night and no one was there. And suddenly a coterie of professors jump and go, "Oh, do you have space for us and all our colleagues from the conference?" And they sort of go, "Yeah," not knowing how many. And then there's just see as the place fills up with people ordering food. And yeah, it was I have never seen someone panic as much as that poor waitress did at one point when seeing the sheer amount of people walking in the room. Oh. Yeah, that's it got sorted all out, but yeah, that was a long, long time ago. I think it was Greenwich. I think that was Greenwich. Yeah. Right. Bone Boy, differences in smoke generator equipment in the First World War. It's pretty much always the same. The moment they started to work out how to make smoke quite early on. Because first of all, they find out by accident, and then they start to learn how to use it.
Yeah. Do you make smonk? If answer is yes, then yes, you can make smonk.
Question 169, follow-up to 168. Why do the British not go with 12 366mm in 4 triple turrets when they would have gotten the 12-gun layout they wanted without all the problems of the quad turret?
The increasing length of the belt that results in having to have a 4th barbette. The desire. Well, it was more just an idea that they were going to get the 14-inch gun. They wanted to shorten the belt and the citadel that goes with it. Having a 4th barbette doesn't really. I think I'm on the right track, aren't I, Alex? It's
pretty much.
Just not wanting that.
It's all about things like efficiency of design under the Washington Treaty, under the London treaties, and all those treaty systems. It is all about efficiencies. The big change which you're likely to see in the Lion class once they realise the treaties are completely gone is that I wouldn't be surprised if those had been completed. The ones that have been completed would have been the 12 16-inch gun versions in 4 triple turrets, because they were going for, and they'd have increased their length to beam ratio that way.
Yeah, because again, triple turrets are not inherently unreliable.
Montana,
they are just new.
No one's shadow deleting your comments as far as I can see. I'm watching your comments. I'm watching it all in live chat, and it's being fun. But yeah, I haven't seen anyone on my admin chat deleting your comments. I've got all our moderation activity being displayed. Can't see it, so if it's anything, are you running afoul of YouTube? That's the thing. Do they think you're doing it as YouTube? In which case, YouTube's never even showing it to us. You're making jokes about ovens and they disappear. That could be YouTube.
These are things that can occur.
Danny Hurst, which British past ironclad and pre-dreadnought do you consider the best looking? With me, it's Renown. I'll probably agree with you on Renown in terms of the ships, which are ships are built at that run. Renown is one of the best looking vessels. Definitely one of the best looking in terms of the British ones.
I have a soft spot for the Majestics.
I can understand that. I have a soft spot. I have a bit of a soft spot for HMS Duncan, but that's just because she has family connections. Matthew Blends, in terms of defence spending, which brings better value of value? A small amount spent consistently versus a high amount, but it fluctuates. For example, 1.5% of GDP versus 1.8% to 2.3% of GDP. Depends how you actually manage the spending. If you can manage the fluctuations and ensure consistent investment over time, and you're using the fluctuations to pay off capital expenditures which happen on occasion, then it's good. Then it's okay. But realistically, if you're fluctuating between 1.8 and 2.3%, let's be honest, that would be an average of 2% of GDP. If you spend an average to 2% GDP consistently and you manage it properly, you can probably get the best out of it. I have it on live chat, Steve.
Carry on.
I always have it on live chat because top chat doesn't show me the moderation activities. Bowman Boy, differences in smoke generator equipment in the Second World War. It's all the same. It really is the same. There are some modifications, but they're very minor. Hellboy says, if Ireland spent 1% on defence, GDP on defence, Ireland spends 0.2% of its GDP on defence. So if it spends 1% on GDP on its defence, what type of naval air capability should they acquire given limited personnel? You're probably looking for... I would argue they'd want some surface-to-air missiles. They want some systems, Patriot systems. And I'd say instead of naval capabilities... they got some good patrol vessels. Probably upgrade their patrol. They just get more patrol vessels, and upgrade based on those formations. They don't really need. What does Ireland need to defend itself? And it needs. The reason I say air defense is because either it establishes a fighter program, which is going to be very expensive and take up a lot of personnel and be a big drain of force, or you can start a ground-based program of like Patriot missile systems, etc. and tag into the American NATO programs. Ireland would be allowed to do that. That's sort of the options. In terms of other equipment, CV-90s would not be a bad idea to go to, upgrade their ground forces. And yeah. Just need more of their existing assets. Setting up an ASW helicopter force probably would be a good thing. A properly formed up ASW helicopter force with a proper sustainment. We're talking 24 to 36 helicopters, and having some of their OPVs actually have the ability to have a hangar aboard for helicopters. But again, what do you need? Do you need full-on Merlins? Do you need Lynx? Do you need the various US ones? Probably if you're going to be operating from more bare-bones assets like OPVs rather than frigates, you probably want to have something which is slightly more of a self-contained unit. So you're probably looking at a Merlin, EH-101 style asset, sort of more of a European aircraft, and an aircraft which is supposed to depend heavily on sharing and networking with its mothership. But yeah, that's what you're sort of looking at. RG, what British battleships designs from 1930s would have been best for mass production, while still being a capable warship? There are some modified designs based on the sort of developments of the F3s and various things like that, which probably would be pretty much going. But mass production, in terms of battleship mass production, you're not really talking about the same level as what you would in normal mass production. Mass production for a battleship is 8 to 10. I'm fairly sure you promised they'd be open for 5 minutes to questions. Moving on.
Dr. Clarke, that is 19 additional questions. Or 15
Yeah.
additional questions. I have things I need to do tonight.
You said 5 minutes, though. I feel like you're kind of cheating people. You did tell them they'd have 5 minutes.
I lied.
You know. Black House, Bomia Boy,
And I will sleep like a baby.
Knight have barely, managed to get their files opened up and started the copy and pasting cycle.
Put it on a postcard and mail it to me.
Hendrik Bofa, if Japan had consolidated the ABCD type destroyers to less different types, how many more could they have built? It's going to depend on when the consolidation takes place and how they affect the yard infrastructure and what they consolidate on. For example, the yards you can build, some of those you can't build others in. So, in a nice way, how many types you consolidate down to? Probably still these 2 types. And it's probably the smaller versions of both, which are the smaller designs which you're picking on, because you can produce those in more yards, or you have to upgrade the infrastructure in yards to get more. What you might want to really sort of start considering is, should you be building all destroyers, or should you be building sloops? How should you use to structure it? So, yeah, that's not a quick question to answer. But my boy, what was the doctrine regarding air-laid mines from the British carriers in the interwar period, and were they ever used? There was doctrine, they did have mines, and did they ever use them? There were a few interesting operations. But usually, as a rule, most of the mines laid from the air in World War II were laid by Bomber Command. They especially liked going after the German canals.
Yeah.
Yes.
You
said, when I was answering the question, what do you want to add?
I think that was me.
No, that was Ruin on. That was not me.
To Blackburn Maximus's point, yeah, I can put in a cooldown. Luckily now the way I've reworked some of the back end of Powder Monkey, I can put in a cooldown and limit the rate at which people can enter questions. But given the volume of questions that we're getting, there may have to be alternate modalities looked at. Jonathan Moon, I'm glad that question didn't make it in. I'm sorry. I'm glad that question didn't make it in. And Knight, you can't sack me. I'm not even getting paid. There's no employment contract here.
The fact
you can either use the system or not. It's your call.
Yeah, the fact you want to sack him alone is no. He's just doing his job. If
you want to get in, if you want to ensure that your questions get in, on the opening policy that we've had is open thine wallet. So that's the operating policy we've had.
Yeah.
Anywho.
Yes.
So,
have we answered RG's British battleship design question?
Yes, and we're on to Matthew Blairin's. Could the Invincible class have been upsized to Stovall fleet carriers after CV-01's cancelled? They could have been increased in size. They are built later enough. They could have been modified, and there were some considerations which would have extended them and made them slightly not probably fleet carriers, but would have upped their air group to being able to accommodate comfortably 36 and 24. So 24 Sea Kings, 36 Sea Harriers. But yeah.
Knight, You never transmitted those questions. During the period the queue was open, you never transmitted them. I know, because I'm looking at live chat. Powder Monkey has many quirks. It rarely misses stuff, though. So we will likely go and look at how quickly we're going through the ones that were just flooded in. We will probably open it up again, and you can submit them at that point.
Okay.
But I am looking at live chat. I do not see your submissions during the last period that the queue was open. Unfortunately, I can't go back further than that because YouTube does not allow me to scroll back further than that.
Now, I have gone.
Have we finished Blairin's question?
Yeah.
Okay. Shibra, I'm sorry, I can never pronounce your name correctly. Could an argument be made that Renown and Repulse were the last of the Raze frigates, and if not, why aren't they, and which ships are?
Are you sure that's a nice question?
It's what I'm seeing in the chat. Did you just touch on that?
No, that's not the one I said in the chat. But if you go to the Bruships questions, there is one in the chat next, but it's not that one.
Oh, you grabbed something from Montana? Whoops.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to go get some Asdic.
Montana had tried 3 times to get it in, and every time has been a second too late in uploading, so I felt guilty, as it was the same question every time. So I just basically went and grabbed it. And, you know, it's an interesting design. It's the Spanish Catabar design, and let me put it this way. If it had been built, I think it would have been really intriguing. Especially the nations it could have gone into service with. I also think it'd be interesting from the point of view of the argument over the Queen Elizabeth class, the current carriers, etc. I think if you'd had more Catabar carriers come in, especially a small Catabar carrier like this come into service, I think that might have pushed more powers to continue going that. I think you might have seen the Indians get involved in this kind of program. I think it's an interesting design. How is it going to work, though? You have to remember, again, the Spanish are very good at having great designs for ships. They're not always great at executing them. They either execute them very well, or they have issues. Their recent submarine project is one example. But yeah, I think the limitations that I can see with this design myself... it's got 2 lifts, and it's a Catabar-orientated carrier with one waste catapult, one fore catapult. Waste catapult's going to be out when you've got aircraft landing, so it's going to have some limitations. But again, if you are a medium power...
A more purpose-built design to replace British light fleet carriers you could not find.
No.
That's literally this ship's MO. That's the only reason you would build a ship this size.
It does
range the way it is.
And honestly, I could see, just as with the current thing that people keep buying the Spanish box as it is, I could see, you know, powers like Australia, etc. If that had come into being at the right time, I could see people like the Australians having picked that design up. If they decided to continue carrier operations, that's what they're going to pick up. But the interesting thing is, what would that have done to the British? Because if Spain built a Catabar carrier like that, and others start buying, and Britain's not buying them because of CVA-1, because of the British Army of the Rhine decision, how quickly before governments suddenly reverse their decision? For ego. Because one could argue that the entire reason for the Queen Elizabeth class existence is because enough British Prime Ministers went to India, went to other countries, and saw that the former parts of the British Empire were operating aircraft carriers, and Britain wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
And I would love to say that wasn't an effective argument to get funding for one, but it was.
Oh, to live in a world where that wasn't an effective argument.
Dr. Clarke, are you insinuating that your politicians are petty and shallow and reliant on...
Yes. Yes.
They're politicians. Exactly what else do you expect? They're
vain displays of glory?
Shivra, could an argument be made that Renown and Repulse were the last of the Raze frigates? And if not, Why aren't they, and which ships are? They definitely could be. You could make the argument that they're Ras 8. You can make the argument they're a Ras 8 design. But the thing is, they never enter service in their original form, so they're not technically Ras 8 down. They're Ras 8 on the stocks. I don't think you can necessarily call them frigates because they decided not to call them battle frigates, but they decided to call them battlecruisers instead. That's a whole different thing, because that's a whole interesting thing to me in history. If Jackie Fisher had gone down the route of calling them frigates rather than battlecruisers, imagine the way that changes history. Imagine. Because if they're called frigates, not battlecruisers, does that change the categorization of the Washington Naval Treaty? Does that change the way things go on? Because they're no longer battleships, or part of the battle line, or connected in any way with form of battle. They are frigates. And everyone knows a frigate is not for the battle line. So, yeah. It's an interesting thing to me. There is a scenario where your naming of things does change things. Hey, Grey Fox.
Ah.
We have a few people chatting away. The channel is getting joined by more and more people who are associated with foxes. I'm not sure whether that's a good thing or a bad thing.
I passed 300 subscribers.
Congratulations.
For apocalypse is coming.
I mean, a while ago I did. I think it was when was it? It was when I streamed Rule the Waves last week. Like I realized, oh, well, literally I passed 300. Fantastic.
It's making me think I should probably do a video about the amount of ships named HMS Fox, because considering I've got so many Foxes now in part of this channel chat.
I got like 305 now, like 304. We're actually closing in on we're actually.
That's a very unfortunate typo, Steve.
That is good, by the way, Fleet. That is very good that you're closing in on that. And we want
typo
to get you,
has utterly.
We want to get you to get to 1,000 as soon as possible.
Oh, that makes me happy. That typo. That's very, very funny. That gave me the chuckles, most chuckle sub.
Let's see here. What? I need to look at that.
Montana 67. I think I might be the only warship base for you in the stream. Oh, technically there's Fleet.
Yeah, but he's a warships.
No, the fact that Hosh is on my flag isn't. I'm not named after the Hosh, like he's named after the Montana class.
I thought Grey Fox. Yeah, Fox. Fox fit ship theme video might be coming key ships at some point. Are you just checking which version of Powder Monkey is active? Hopefully
Yeah, you haven't updated yet.
You sent me out an update?
Yes.
When?
Let's see. I pushed that update the 21st. .11. It's possible I screwed up. It's definitely possible that I screwed up and I didn't update the version, but...
Did you send me a link?
I can sort of have to you one better.
Thank you.
Yeah, what's the next thing then? Where are we at?
We've got a few questions left to go. A few more. Right, Black Horse. For the Essex class delay, I thought more came in 1943. I was wondering if they would delay for 6 months or a year when they originally arrived. No, it takes a while to get a carrier into service. It can be launched, but then it's not.
You get a few Essexes in 43, but you don't start seeing anything like you basically get replacements for earlier war losses in 43, and even then, not all of them. You get enough to rebuild basic carrier capability. But funny thing is, Japan is still ahead in carriers at that point. It's not till 44 where you actually surpass Japan in active flight decks in the Pacific.
Now that there's also an active debate going on in chat between whether we should do HMS Fox or HMS Foxhound as the ship we should do. And here's a sort of a bit of a history on. There has been more recently an HMS Foxhound than an HMS Fox, but I think we can probably find both in the key ships at certain points. Hell breaks loose. I have no idea, but yeah, love, marry, unalive. John Knott, Robert McNamara, or Donald Roosevelt. Love, marry, or unalive. I'm not playing that. I'm going to leave that to Fleet and Runon to play because, as an academic, I feel that I can't get into this because it's, you know, how do I put this?
I'm not American, so I
have
can't
to
get
meet
into
them.
this either.
Yeah, okay.
So-
I don't know, but two of them.
John Knott is British, so sorry, Fleet, you can't get out of it that way. I'm just.
Yes, I can.
I'm getting out of it because I need to refill my iron brew.
I choose to reject your reality and substitute my own.
Only Runon manages to achieve that in this server.
Okay. I probably bury McNamara because he got more people killed than anybody else. I could possibly love Rumsfeld if for no other reason it's the closest contemporary on the list. I guess I'll marry John Knott and get dual citizenship out of it. I guess.
Hashtag not involved in this.
I mean that's the best answer I can give you, and I don't even want to give you an answer. I'm just gonna give you one.
Yeah.
Matthew Blairens, if 18 fighters is the minimum for air defense, what is the logic behind aircraft carriers that carry fewer than 18 fighters? Usually they're using them for on-call air defense, or they're using them for strike support. They're not using them for actual air defense. They're not doing a combat air patrol. Okay? Or they're not doing a properly sustained combat air patrol.
Just as a note, Dr. Clarke, I did at you to where the updates are getting pushed, but don't worry about installing .11 because I'm just going to flip around and give you .12 because I'm going to restructure things.
Okay.
Of course,
that's
.12 may break everything, but, you know.
That's the usual thing. Things break. Well, this is why I couldn't remember it. I was sort of going, usually I break stuff.
Because I'm going to not admit that you have a point, but prepare in case you do have a point, and make it so that Powder Monkey requires less dev work on my end and is very easily exported to other channels.
Good friend. Good friend. KVG. Local sources credit then Captain Horvey to be the first using a smokescreen in the 1917 Battle of Otranto. Could it have really been historic first?
Considering that the Germans laid smoke at the Battle of Jutland a year before, and other smoke had been laid before that, no. No. Categorically, no.
But in a nice way, I put that in the same places like we see articles which proclaim this ship or that ship as being the first ever drone carrier. And you've heard me tell you all often enough. The first drone carrier was 1939. It was HMS Argus. It's operating the Queen Bee drones. In a nice way, they fill the definitions of drones. They're drones. It's just people like to claim this is the first.
I am looking at the queue. We have three questions in the mag from Stafford Thompson, the first of which you see there, which I can't answer because I have no clue what he's talking
about. How manageable...
Dr. Clarke owes YouTube an ad break. At the end of those three questions, I am going to recommend to Dr. Clarke that he start an ad break, at which point I will reopen the question queue. So once that third question from Stafford Thompson is answered, I will reopen the question queue. And when one of the kind mods over on YouTube says that the ad break has ended, I will be closing it again. That is the amount of time you will have.
Okay. So, Stafford Thompson, how manageable is it to retrofit twin mounts onto all NATO ships? It's very difficult because most of them haven't been designed with the spaces needed for chambered magazines below, etc., and all those things. So, it would naturally be quite difficult. It's one of those things you have to design
And
in,
also,
or you have to expect a lot of
why
weapons.
do you need
Mainly, you'd be
twins?
doing it. It's okay. There is an actual argument logistically from this, and that VLS is best as well for alert and all these things. But if you want to sustain operations, currently the only ships you can really sustain operations at sea and do a full restock of weaponry are aircraft carriers, because you cannot reload VLS realistically at sea. When you look at the criteria, as me and Sal discussed the other day.
Oh, yeah, like you can't-
Basically,
yeah,
if
sure.
you want to be able to replenish, especially if you're looking at a Pacific War, or if you're looking at some of the conflicts, and you're going, right, and we need to replenish these ships at sea, you want to probably have a swing arm launcher system and a magazine system below that, because you can reload those at sea. They did it, and it's quite a relatively simple system. The question is, A, you'd have to have the fleet auxiliary vessels capable of carrying the missiles and carrying them in quantities needed, and B, you'd have to set up the magazines and loading spaces so you could do that. Okay, you have to build that into the vessel. That's all pretty darn something which you need to do from the get-go. So there is that argument, but you've got to remember that the moment you do that, then the moment you have expended your missiles in the VLS, you are out of missiles. You have to start. You are basically dependent to a far narrower firepower. Far reduced firepower versus the VLS in terms of how much it can output, how quickly it can output. However, what you could see happening, I would experiment, is them expending the arm launchers at the beginnings of any fight as the first things they fire, the missiles on the arms, and then going into the VLS if they feel there's a saturation attack coming in. But actually they'd be sort of saving, they'd be husbanding, as the old phrases. The VLS for the battles where they need to use that in volume, and they use the swing arm launchers for the other fights when they don't. And then, how many Type 83s should be built versus will be built, and will the Commonwealth get some as well? Commonwealth can get them if they want them. They can buy them. Denies where that's always going to be open.
Ideally, for the Type 83s, you want to ideally you want at least 8. Ideally, you want 12 to 16. But we're never going to get 12 to 16. But we need at least 8.
Yeah, we need at least 8, but we'll probably get 6. But because we might get 1-for-1 replacement. But hopefully we get.
Although at that point, if the government's smart, you might see the Type 45s just stick around, and we'll get 12 destroyers total. The 6 Type 45s and the 6 Type 83s.
Might do that for a little bit. Might, if they're sensible. Right, ads coming on. Da 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 da, bum bum, ba da da da. We've got an ad. We've got an ad going. Yes, we have. Keep putting in the questions quickly. Question. You can put in more. You can get more. You can get more. More questions.
Do not encourage them, Dr. Clarke.
Questions.
Please stop.
We want more.
You want more? I'd like to go and do something else this evening before I keel over sideways.
For once, I agree with Fleet.
Oh.
Like, we are not suffering insomniacs.
I think he quite enjoys it, Fleet. I don't think he suffers from it. Speaking of questions, though, from Hell Breaks Loose, why did countries accept the naval treaty?
Mostly it was politicians looking for a way to save money. And let's be honest, for France and Italy both have been massacred by the war.
I think the advert break is over. I'm fairly certain. I think.
Mods, help. Mods.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mods. Thanks,
When
Mods.
did Dragon become a moderator?
To wind you up.
I think
And Dragon's actually quite competent in that.
I think Dragon and
in that
Foxo
role.
actually became moderators on my channel before you did.
I'm not moderator on your channel anyway. And
Yeah, you are.
why? I'm a guest, not a moderator. Moderating's
But-
beneath me.
It's the same as me and Draken moderators on each other's channels.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Montana,
Although,
did you
I
get,
should
did
tell
you,
you this, the amount of times Drac doesn't chat in the channel, but I get moderation notes of, this person has been... He is far stricter than I will ever be.
Hey Drac, can you send me those as well? Please? Because I can't catch everything.
I will point out that anyone who has YouTube Premium will not see ads. So
Yeah, premium or as a member to the channel will not see ads on Twitch. If you are a subscriber or have Turbo, you will not see ads. I highly recommend Turbo if you spend a lot of time on Twitch. It is Twitch ad free, but the content creator still gets revenue as if you had watched ads. I highly recommend Turbo.
Yeah. After the Type 83 class, what class of surface ship should the Royal Navy produce, and how many plus will they be built for other Commonwealth countries as well? Stafford, you're talking about something which is probably about 30 years in advance. In the nicest way, I will probably be looking forward to my 70th birthday by the time we are getting onto the idea of, well, how do I put this? Type 83s, I expect them to be coming into service in the late 30s, early 2040s, and then they're going to be working out, I don't know what classes come after them at some point then. There's going to be a frigate design probably. In the nicest way though, it's a long way away. You never know. I might have a wife and kids by then. I might not.
And I will point out something, that in the case of a large combatant like the Type 83, a long development time may not actually be the worst thing in the world. In this particular, especially given no steel has been cut on them yet.
Yeah, they've been under development for a while. And the Type 83 office has been going since... Well, the office that's become the Type 83 office during Boris Johnson's role has actually been staffed and going since the time of Gordon Brown, I think? So it's been going and they've been working on things for quite a while. Given all the
Dr. Clarke, I'm letting you have an executive decision with regards to Montana. That's your channel, your show. You make the call.
What's the problem, Montana?
He didn't have a question, and then he thought of a question just as the queue was closing, so he couldn't submit his question.
Poor guy.
I feel for him, but I'm not the one that's going to make the extension.
Well, I can't see the question.
Because he didn't submit it before I closed the queue.
Well, he didn't know. What I mean is I can't see the question in the chat.
Yes, he didn't submit it before I closed the queue. So he didn't submit it at all because the queue was... What was the...
I don't think
I'll be back. My dinner's ready.
I don't think I can put... if you put the question in there, I can decide whether it's going in. And if it fits the discussion flow, I'll put it in. How's that sound, Montana? Because I'm in a nice mood. And because I like all the questions. Given all the talk of Sea Tornado, thanks Foxo for this, how realistic would a Sea Typhoon have been? You would have to redesign the entire airframe for landing on a carrier, because Cadabar operations are a nightmare for airframes. And I was going to ask, what if the Mitsubishi... Montana 67's questions. Yeah. There we go. But yeah, Stafford Johnson, speaking of Bilgetrumps, how do we break the curse? Do I need to talk to my favourite witch? I have no friggin' clue. Look, we will get that eventually. I'm trying to sort things out. I have a real... I'm gonna keep 2 historians going throughout the year. Basically, is my plan. And so, if you want to suggest to other people to want to take part and suggest they please do, kind of message them. I am the one thing I'm not going to do with 2 historians is whilst I will hunt people down over Christmas and try and push for people to be on it over Christmas to try and fill out make sure I get all those things, I get all those dates covered. I am not going to be rabidly hunting people throughout the year because honestly, I've developed the same. I'm quickly approaching the same policy as I had for Bill Trumps. If a guest shows up, great, but I'm not hunting them down. The reason why we often had Sal so often, and don't take this the wrong way, there's no cure on everyone, but Sal is one of those people that no matter what he has going on in his life, if he gives his word he'll do something, then he will do it. Even if he's almost about to collapse. And I respect other people with their reasons of they've had things come up and they said they couldn't make it. I could understand that and never hold anything against them. The thing is, Sal would be there even if everything had gone against him, which is why he ended up being on so often that he was practically a fourth member of Bill Trumps. And it's rather the same with a lot of the stuff I deal with in terms of organising guests for two historians or anything. There are people, the people who I sort of can rely on, who I know, whatever, and there are people who I'd like to have on and who will try their best, and maybe they'll be on, maybe they won't. And then there are people who, because they're so busy, you just can't track them down. Well, you try. Anyway, I'm going to have a quick bio break for a second, because I also hear some weird noises coming from the kitchen, so I'm going to go check on that. But I'll be back in a second. I'm going to leave you with Montana's question to begin with.
Of course.
Okay, there's a part A and part B to that question, so let me make sure that it's wholly constituted in here. There's the part B. Control C. Did he just? Did Dr. Clarke just answer the John Hegsted's Ryan Szymanski question?
I can't see a Ryan Szymanski question, so.
Because he was talking about two historians. I guess that was maybe more Stafford's point.
Montana was going to ask if the whatever that is,
that class
destroyers still on the slips were saved until 1954 and used to build up the Navy post-war. Additionally, would they incorporate American technology, seeing as Japanese industry is virtually non-existent in the self-defense area for machinery and weapons?
I mean, it helps.
I don't know about that class of ship. I will just have a look.
I'm gonna say kick it until Dr. Clarke gets back, and we'll go back to it. Yes, no, maybe, possibly, potentially.
No, none of them were. They were all scrapped on the slips in 1948.
Yeah, but that's an if they were saved.
Oh. The problem is that they're Akazuki subtypes, and they're not really what you want for the post-war environment. You'd have to substantially rework them into frigate-style vessels, probably armed with a pair of 5-inch guns. And at that point, just go to the US and ask to borrow some of their destroyer escorts. It'll probably be cheaper.
Yeah, if nothing else, following that logic, if nothing, you'll have a greater depth of spare parts.
Yeah.
Mitch Itsuki is apparently how you're supposed to say that.
Oh wow.
Mitch it.
Yeah.
Anywho, Carl von Gazenberg, Ireland AD NASAMS with its distributed launchers and I have no idea what he's talking about. I live under a rock. Literally, because I have a brick chimney on the house. Therefore, I am living under a rock.
Oh, come on. Carl von Gazenberg, in regards to the Ireland question, NASAMS with its distributed launches and aircraft missile commonality. Ireland doesn't really need an air defense network like that. Simply down to the fact that if things are going if things are going to the point where Ireland's being bombed in any significant capacity, chances are they've emergency joined NATO and are fighting alongside someone with an air force. If things are that
I would
bad that
say
Ireland
if,
is getting bombed,
I would say, look, there was a reason I was suggesting Patriot or something like that, or something. If they do increase the spending, it's useful to do. Is literally it's to give themselves a deterrence capability, and that's it. It's a deterrence capability. But it's you know, it's what you spend money on. If you increase your defense budget from 0.22% of defense of 0.22% of GDP to 1% of GDP. Well, you know, standing up a full fighter program probably not sensible. You might want to do it, but
not
you know,
sensible and not needed. Not sensible and not needed.
But a Patriot program or something like that could be quite useful to have as a deterrence factor, and something you could run with quite heavily based reservists. Think about that, and having more OPVs and having some ASW helicopters and those sort of things. That's the sort of thing you need.
Yeah, basically.
Okay. Jonathan Moon. Will the Minecraft server collab with channels such as Rex's Hangar to add an aviation element? Could even be a rival build between HMS Dreadnought and a group of B-17 or an Essex carrier.
Oh, I'm sure I can get Rex involved. I've no doubt I can get Rex involved.
We'll think about that. We'll think about it. It's going to depend on what we can do, because as I said, it's going to depend on what it comes out as and what it could be. I said, there's part of the idea that I've got floating around my head for it is that it's some kind of part of the rewards for funding the Japan trip, because I want something we can do quite quickly, very easily, without, how do I put this, deliverables which are entirely based off us, not us involving outside elements or anything else. And so that's, you know, that was something I've been toying with as the idea of putting forward, of us doing a Minecraft server together, and us, you know, doing these things. There's a thing over Christmas.
No, God, please, no.
It'll be fun. Do you think it's realistic to have a long war between nuclear powers without resorting to nuclear weapons?
It depends.
I would say I trust the theory about as much as I trust anything, as much as I trust any theory, and it's a theory until it's actually happened. And the thing that stops me going with it, and sorry for me to speak over you, but just because I was finishing my point. The only reason it's humans you're dealing with, and if basically, I think you can keep a war between nuclear powers, non-nuclear, as long as both sides think they can win. It's like I believe you can have both sides will follow the rules of war, as long as they both believe they can win. Once you have a side which believes it cannot win, or believes it's losing, then all bets are off, because that's when we start listening to our worst demons. Who are the most underrated non-British admirals? I don't think you're ever going to say many of the American admirals are underrated, although Ching Lee certainly was for many years, but Drac primarily, because he's got far more popularity than I have, but me as well and a few others are definitely doing our best to try and reverse that one. But yeah, then underrated non-British admirals. Suffren doesn't get enough attention, but remember the Royal Navy literally referred to him as just the Admiral, and there's a reason he's in the Year of Admirals. He is an absolutely special and very capable gentleman. I don't think you can really top him in some regards. He's a very, very astute operator. He's scheduled in. He was the first one. I've gone back to the list. He's the first one I wrote in, 8th of July.
Question for the year of leadership there, Dr. Clarke. Are all the ones covered going to be officers, or are there going to be some senior enlisted that pop up here and there?
There are going to be senior enlisted, but they're going to mainly show up in the key leaders series. The reason is because it's finding enough to fill a 2-hour, an hour and a half sort of video about them. 75 to an hour and a half presentation. It's far easier to find out information about an officer than it is about an NCO. Because an NCO's, a lot of their stuff is not written down. But where I've got good write-ups of NCOs, they're going to be appearing in key leaders throughout the year. And remember, the year is going to be split into every 3 weeks is going to go key ships, key aircraft, key leaders, or key ships, key leaders, key aircraft, and then sort of just keep cycling the whole way through as that in the key series. So Friday will be one of those key episodes. But yeah, Suffren is a mighty special dude.
Yeah.
Some of the battles he does, some of the plans he executes are some things of beauty. Kamikaze, if the Brandenburg follow class, the Frederick III, came out with 3 twin 280mm L40 guns and about 1,000 tons bigger, what immediate knock-on effects does it causes? It might cause some development in terms of gunnery. I have a feeling the center. The thing is, the center gun, which the Germans are sort of trying to push people towards, is not really liked by a lot of other powers. So the thing is, what you probably get more likely is someone trying some form of super firing at that time period to try and match it in firepower. It's either going to be wing turrets, which will be different response, but the British actually might try super firing. Now the thing is, if you get super firing turning up early, that's going to very much change Dreadnought and the Sovereign. Basically, if you've got a standard that by the time of, I don't know, Lord Nelson's, you've got 3, maybe even 4 twin turrets, 2 fore, 2 aft. Then that's going to change what you need to make Dreadnought stand apart. You're going to have seen an earlier evolution towards what Dreadnought will become, which actually might make the triple turrets worth it. The other option is that they go for 3 twins. Britain and France might go for triples. That is the other option. Britain might try and produce a triple mount, a triple turret, to equal the broadside. Which then also has a knock-on for Dreadnought, because you can't do wing turrets with triple turret. You can't do triple turret wing turrets. Well, you could, but that's going to be a very wide, very long ship. You're going to have to get the same length to beam ratio with triple turrets as you do with twin turrets. Dreadnought's going to have to grow. I'm doing mental maths here, but I don't think she comes in far off probably Tiger in length to try and get the same length to beam ratio with triple turrets.
Yeah, you've completely redesigned what is a Dreadnought.
Yeah. So basically, yeah. It's amazing how little changes can have cumulative impacts.
Knights, 2 points. To your first point, pay me. To your second point, please explain in detail why the county class being cut for various naval treaties to be such as being called cherry trees suggests ties into the Lear of leadership. Comments on a postcard. Yeah, county class. Didn't I say that?
No, which one?
Good point. But I'm assuming the 20s, 30s era county class.
And cherry trees doesn't cherry trees doesn't refer to those ships. Cherry trees refers to the battleships which were cut for the Washington Naval Treaty. Doesn't refer to HMS Nelson and Rodney. They weren't cherry trees because they weren't cut down. And basically, it comes from a phrase which the Japanese wrote, that the brightest blooms of their trees, their fleet's trees, were cut before they had a chance to bloom. I think it's some sort of phrase. It comes from an actual piece of poetry which was composed by a Japanese author. So, yeah, I reject it when people start adding in more things to the cherry trees than were actually there. They have a certain value. I've talked about cherry trees before, and I've done a lot of videos on the county class. I'm not sure they need a specific one in your leadership.
However, continuing on with Knight 6831, question 167. In a non-declined British Empire, how does the building of supercarriers affect the Royal Fleet Auxiliary in terms of ship size? They have to get bigger.
Yeah.
Not the non-declined British Empire again.
Well, they have to get bigger. That's basically it.
How many times do I have to say it? The British Empire cannot survive. It's fundamentally impossible. You can't do it.
Yes, it could survive.
Well, it can't survive as an empire.
I have a way set in the world of Red Alert 2. Yuri's psychic beacons.
I've seen the military uniforms.
You can't tell me that psychic son of a gun is going to save the Empire.
If he was British instead of Russian, keeping the Empire going, psychic beacons. There you go.
Oh, there you go. That's the only way it works.
I would always say, actually, it's to the Empire, instead of turning to a Commonwealth, which was a defence and economic federation, as well as a Commonwealth. Then that sort of economic and defence alliance. And Britain decides to play up its role as the centre of that, especially if there's no NATO in that scenario. Then you see a non-declined British fleet, because the British fleet will be the centre point of what Britain's supplying to that force.
Yeah.
But that's it.
Yeah.
But that's very much not an empire. That's an evolved Commonwealth, which is an economic bloc, an economic training bloc, and also a defence alliance bloc.
Yeah, and again, as I keep saying this, the decline and fall of the British Empire was a net good for humanity, as was the decline and fall of all empires.
I'm fairly sure there were some people around at the fall of the Roman Empire who were less than happy.
Well, that was yeah. No, I'll admit that the Roman Empire falling was a bit of an own goal there, but I was more talking modern colonial imperialism, not.
Yeah, but the trouble is, you said all empires.
Yeah, I really need to watch that, don't I?
So what have we learned?
Watch what you're doing, Chief.
That fleet is very lucky he wasn't being asked questions simultaneously by, Grove, Lambert, and Freeman.
The Fleet of Oceans, those uppity Yanks killed the Empire through Lend-Lease because it was their time. Without that, the Empire would still be around today. No. The British Empire was collapsing or beginning to fall apart in the 19th century.
The British
beginnings of the move towards the Commonwealth.
The British had started moving towards the Commonwealth before it started to collapse because they saw the writing on the wall. This is the thing. People think the British are moving towards the Commonwealth, and the reason they're putting plans is because the British are being altruistic and lovely. No. They've worked out the Empire won't survive forever. They need to have a plan for it to gracefully transition into something which they can retain their position in. That is their plan for the Commonwealth.
Yeah. Now, bear in mind, the Commonwealth of that era will be something akin to a... Yeah, it won't be... Like, the organisation as it stands now is actually really lovely and fair, and everyone gets a fair shake. The Commonwealth that exists in a world where there is no disruption, while it will still be nicer than the Empire, make no mistake, Britain is first among equals in that system.
Britain will be primus inter pares, but the thing was, it was basically being designed around there being shared institutions, shared training, shared all sorts of things to try and to keep everything going. So Britain wouldn't have to be... It was going to maximize soft power influence. So that Britain didn't have to force people to do things. They would already be thinking the same way as Britain, so they'd want to do it that way from their own.
Yeah. I would also
And
like to point
by
out
the way,
as
this
well,
is all. This expands to. That's one of the reasons why Britain spent so much money in that period on growing the education outreach and getting the Commonwealth, getting the Empire elites and Commonwealths to come along to come to British education establishments, all sorts of things like that. It's a whole massive program.
yeah, like there really, really is. I would also like to just to cap off quickly. In a non-declined in a Commonwealth, like a successful Commonwealth Britain, given the timeline are different, I don't know if the British would move to full-on super carriers. I think you'd have large conventional carriers, but I don't think you'd have that push to, you know, not talking American-sized vessels. I'm talking
No, I
ships
think
with
what
60
you.
to 80,000 ton range. So
I,
not so like the very
I
earliest
think
of what we
by
consider supercarriers.
I think by supercarriers, I think it's more likely the case you find the British ones will be nuclear powered, and everyone else's in the Empire will be conventionally powered. And
But I don't think you'd have
no. Let me explain.
American-sized carriers.
They might not be American-sized vessels. They might be. The size is driven by the size of aircraft. It's not driven by anything else. You know, the Americans aren't going there going, we want 100,000 tons. No, they want to carry a certain number of aircraft, and for that you need a certain amount of hangar space. So that is literally it. It's people have all sorts of ideas about hangar carrier size. It's dictated by how big a hangar do you want, how many aircraft do you want to support and sustain. That will tell you how big a carrier you've got to have. I think you probably find the British ones would probably have larger hangar capacity in that time period than the American carriers do, but smaller air groups as normal, but probably would be nuclear powered. And the reason for that is the British ones would be nuclear powered, the rest of the empires would be conventionally powered, and there would be others in the empire who'd have them, literally because the British carriers would be the response force. So they need to be able to get to places quickly. Whereas the others would be their regional presence. And it's an interesting scenario to think through. Will the server perks for the Minecraft... I don't know. We haven't worked any of that out yet, so I can't speak to that yet.
We are not even at the beginning of setting that up. Like
the perk for the server, the Minecraft server, this will be the premier perk, is going to be an automated permaban feature. Ban anyone who joins the server permanently without any remorse, appeal, nothing. You'll just be, oh, you joined the server, banned.
Runon. Don't worry, he'll enjoy it. What would what would the Royal Navy and US Marine Corps do if the F-35B wasn't approved or didn't work? A cry.
Aria. I'm sorry, but the AV-8 is now extended. No, you don't get to retire.
No.
You do not get to retire. You're sticking around. We are continuing to upgrade you forever.
The British government would have so much egg on their face they'd have had to pay to convert the Queen Elizabeth to Cadabar. They'd have had to pay the money. They'd have had to bite that bullet.
Also, too, I think the F-35, Lockheed would not have won the contract for the F-35 if they couldn't provide at least technical capability, i.e. it is technically meeting the requirements. So it may be that it is a squib and it doesn't work as it says on the tin, not that any weapon system ever does in its first production run. But I don't see any reality in which the F-35 gets to the point of being a finalized program and the F-35 just doesn't work as an aircraft in any capacity. It may not be at the stand. I can definitely see plenty of scenarios where it is not to the standard and capability that it currently is in real life. But as an aircraft, as something that can take off, land, do the VTOL STOVL operation, and lug weaponry around, I do not see an incidence where it does not operate entirely. And has my pop-out chat broken?
No, but I will say this: you and Jonathan Moon are having fun in
Yes,
the Twitch chat. I can see.
Night. You want to read that question out, and then I obviously.
Question
I have
166. So, with the P139B's carry-on delivery capacity of 5,000 pounds of cargo, or 28 passengers, how much improvement is that over the Gannet Cod 4? Quite a lot.
Um.
1981, that's not the definition of a cherry tree, so not we're getting into that. The county class are known as treaty cruisers. They're part of the treaty cruiser scenario, and no one gets what they necessarily wanted as part of the treaty cruiser scenario. So that's a completely different area. Cherry trees are specific. There's a specific thing cherry trees applies to, and there's a specific thing treaty cruisers applies to. Okay? Now, carry on, Fleet. Sorry to interrupt you there, but I was just making sure that was finished.
Basically down to the fact that it's impossible to say what the P139 would have actually been capable of, because while paper statistics are all well and good, until an aircraft actually flies, you don't know if it's underpowered, overpowered, reaches its performance statistics, etc., etc. If it achieved what it was advertised as, then yes, it would be an improvement, but I'm not sure.
And RG, in December 1939, after a storm, the Germans wake up to find alongside the Scharnhorst Knives 4 upscale Scharnhorsts with 3 triple 420mm turrets. How does it affect the war?
Well, congratulations, you've just brought the Kriegsmarine up to... Oh yeah, fully loaded with crew. How would they be named and how would they perform? So first things first, congratulations. You've just basically made Winston Churchill look like an absolute idiot, because now the capital ship construction has to resume at pace.
Immediately.
And you've actually made it to the point where the Royal Navy goes, do we contest Norway?
I've made it.
Because
I think the question actually is almost: do we maintain a fleet in the? Do we maintain any battleships in the Mediterranean?
Yeah.
That's
the problem is they can't withdraw because they know Mussolini is.
It's December 1939. They know that Mussolini's looking to do it, but he's not doing anything right now. You've got December 1939. You've got to deal with the problems then.
Yeah. The problem is, I mean,
there ain't any battleships in. There is nothing other than ours being left in the Mediterranean.
Yeah. Hopefully the Germans will be stupid and come out to fight. If they do, they die. Because the Royal Navy will just go, oh, you've concentrated, fantastic, let us do the same, you're dead.
Everything will be chucked at them. Carriers, submarines, the battleships, everything in the Royal Navy can get a hold of. But with 3 triple 16-inch guns, 9 16-inch guns, and 4 upscale Scharnhorsts, that's 6 ships which, frankly, the Royal Navy doesn't want to tangle with unless in full strength.
Yep. The thing is, those 4 ships form an exceptionally powerful fleet in being. And they're actually, with those 4...
Yeah, but Hitler doesn't understand the concept of a fleet in being, so they're going to be sent out.
No, but what I mean is those ships can actually cover a breakout. Like, they can cover the... And because of how powerful they are, there's... Yeah, the convoys in the Atlantic may not have battleship escorts because of how much force you have to have in Scapa just in case they do something funny.
USS Montana.
If the Scharnhorsts or the Bismarcks break out covered by these, that's going to be a fun time, because if the Royal Navy attack...
In the nicest way, this is going to cause the Lions to be accelerated. It's going to cause every single battleship and carrier program the Royal Britain has to be ramped up to full speed and maximum priority. And basically, I wouldn't be surprised if you don't see Corvette production, Flower class production, etc. All everything that can be shifted in terms of those things to Australia, India, and Canada. They're the only yards that they can push it towards. So expect Bathurst construction to be expanded to India. Expect Flower class Corvette production in Canada to be overwhelming. And expect the Royal Navy to shove everything they can into every destroyer, submarine program, carrier program, and capital ship program. Cruiser programs could even be could still be curtailed for threats.
Montana. I think you're being very optimistic looking in the morgue. You might need to look on Dr. Frankenstein's table, or you may need to look in your local necromancer's graveyard. / army of the dead. Looking in the morgue for the German economy is quite optimistic.
Reopen yards. I don't think they can reopen yards, Jonathan Moon. The yards which have been closed in a way that they're not going to be able to quickly reopened. The ones which could be reopened were reopened quite quickly. Bluff and Brilliance, if the Harrier Stoll fighters had not been invented, what would the Royal Navy have done? There would have been problems, but in some regards, if you'd had something like the Falklands War happen and we hadn't had Harriers, and the Royal Navy got severely beaten up because of it, then expect Britain to launch back into a carrier program very quickly and a full-strength carrier program post that war.
Yeah, and I would also point out that if we don't have a carrier to go south with, we'll still go south. But if we have problems, then it's an open secret the US was gonna come in and kick Argentina's teeth in if we'd had even slight difficulties.
If we'd asked them.
Even a minor, even a minor.
The trouble is that the criteria is if we asked them.
Yeah.
That's the criteria. And the thing is, when you're dealing with Thatcher and that government, would they want to ask them?
Thatcher's many things. She's prideful and obnoxious, but she's also not stupid.
No, but also it's going to be a level of what they built instead. If they haven't got the Invincibles, what have they built instead to think they have got capability? The other interesting thing is if they haven't got the Invincibles, have they tried and kept the Tiger class running with their 3-inch guns? Because one of those sitting in San Carlos Bay would be very interesting, because those 3-inch guns would chew up the Argentine aircraft coming into San Carlos Bay. Yeah, but also what else have gone as well? If the carriers have, if the Invincibles have gone, have Fearless and Intrepid survived? There's. It's a really, really scenario thing. But if they don't have Stovall fighters, if they have no fighters, they just have the Invincibles with seeking helicopters aboard, then also that means you're probably going to end up with one of those sitting in San Carlos Bay, providing helicopter support, because there's no point in it sitting out. There's no use sitting it out. It's a helicopter carrier, and it would get to your commandos in. So it'd be interesting to see what happened. But yeah. What's your opinion on the Gettysburg incident? I don't yet know enough to say.
Yep, I'm going to tell you the same thing I tell Knight frequently. I'm going to wait for the official report to be generated and released, and then I'll have an opinion on it. A lot had to go wrong there, and that's where it stops.
Mm-hmm. Shivra, given that there are modifications made to the Fleet Air Arm P1154 to facilitate catapult launch, does that mean the world could have seen a catapult carrier?
No.
There is, interestingly enough, there are some discussions. I don't think they could have done.
No, if you have,
but there is a
catapult takeoff. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you?
Can
also
I, Fleet,
have...
in the nicest way, before you jump in, let me explain where it comes from, because I actually do know this one. Okay.
All right, go ahead.
So, the catapult is to take off and vertical landing as catapult carrier. Now, the reason why they were looking at this was they thought it might be an idea of how to save the airframe. The idea being the aircraft could take off heavy, but it could land after it expended its stores lightly in a way which is going to be best for the airframe. There's a small issue, though. If you take off heavy, you have to have expended your stores before you can land back. Now, people go, well, what about if they're just in air defense configuration? Then it'll be fine. If they're in bomb mode, they have to drop their bombs. Well, that leads to a lot of expended ordnance, but you don't really want to come back with ordnance attached, and you're doing a barrier-assisted recovery. So, realistically, they looked at it, and it's a nice idea on paper, but kind of like Stobar. It works if you've got a niche area where you want to use it. Realistically, catapult works if you want to use your planes as bomb trucks. They've got to go off, bomb a target, come back, land quickly, rearm as quickly as possible, go off and drop bombs. So basically, it's the best form for a strike carrier. But the compromises you're going to have to end up making in aircraft are actually going to limit their ability in the strike role, which means it then defeats itself. but it was an interesting idea. Fleet,
Yep.
you carry on.
No, you've basically made an excellent point.
It's one of those interesting
Just to
things.
get a
'cause
word
they've
in
got this-
edgewise here.
Yeah.
Just to get a word in edgewise here. Raptorat, they are both spells from the same school of magic, i.e. necromancy. Therefore, that is a distinction without a difference.
The fact that you two are
I
having
stand
an
by
argument
my point.
over D&D spells is both fun and worrying to me. Lions! Hello, Lions! Do you have any examples where the normal rule of any sci-fi universe that includes 40k is just a composition of a second place, where 40k is not an auto-win?
Yes. Yes.
Star Wars and Star Trek. And do you want to know why I say Star Wars and Star Trek actually have a better shot than most people give them credit for? They have reliable, faster-than-light transport and communications, as well as a functioning research and development sector. And especially in Star Wars' case, a massive industrial base.
And yeah, I'm sorry, but super caps are not a strange thing in the Star Wars universe.
Yeah, like, don't get me wrong. If whatever invading force, whether, it's the Imperium or the Tau,
Like I heard it put very well by what was it? A video like I saw on YouTube where Thrawn was describing how the Imperium had arrived in the Star Wars galaxy. They were talking about it and how overwhelming it was, and he said, actually, like, there are two types of civilization: prey and predator. The Imperium is not a predator civilization. It is prey. It is desperately fighting on thousands of different fronts to just not die. It is not going to be a one-on-one fight. The front with Star Wars or Star Trek will just be another front that has to be dealt with.
yeah, don't get me wrong. Most forces in the Imperium could win in a fight against Star Wars or Star Trek. I think Halo is probably the one that loses out the most.
Yeah.
Or the most frequently. But
I will also point out that we don't really see the Empire really going hard. Like, the hardest we see them go is Battle of Endor. And I will just point out that the Empire versus the Rebels we see for most of the Star Wars films, that's counterinsurgency operations. Heavy counterinsurgency, but still. The only true fleet-level engagement we see in Star Wars is the Battle of Coruscant at the beginning of Revenge of the Sith. And just from looking at it, just look how many ships are involved in that engagement. They cover the entire screen.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that is the A game of both of the Clone Wars era powers. Like,
also, I would say, too, that Star Wars has an additional edge because Star Wars has pretty much true AI. And the whole reason why, the stated reason at least, why Star Wars naval combat takes place in the manner that it does is because ECM is extremely good in Star Wars, which means that as far as most of the Star Wars fleets are concerned, the Imperium of Man is probably a electronically permissive environment.
Oh, and also, the thing is, Star Wars ships can engage from half the system away. They just don't because the jamming systems are so good that they just can't.
Yeah.
But the thing is, against the Imperial ships that are crawling their way across entire solar systems at sublight speed, on a predictable trajectory, you can just blaze away with your turbo lasers from half the system away and get reliable hits.
Yeah. And the thing that people constantly overlook when it comes to the Warhammer setting, with the exception of the Necrons and maybe the Tau, no one has a reliable means of faster than light communication.
Yep.
that they can move. And then as far as transport goes, no one has a reliable means of faster than light travel for fleet-sized assets.
Dragon's just pointing out, no, they cannot. Star Wars has a maximum range of around 70,000 kilometers. But I would say we're all missing out the fun point here. Who would win in a fight? White Scars or versus Stormtroopers?
White Scars. It's not even a... It's no. White Scars win that one every time.
So, assuming...
But the White Scars have to get on the ground in the first place.
RG, let's see. Assuming they're fully loaded with crew, what would they be named and how do we answer that one, don't we? Knights to go for one. If the British were building 6 Invincible class carriers, how likely is it one of them goes to Australians? Oh, if the British are building 6, the odds are the Australians buy 1. But if the British are building 6 after the time of the Falklands War, they're not going to sell any of them. But the Australians might well build or get one, because a nice way, once you're building that many vessels, the scale of the cost goes way down for the Australians to buy one and buy into one. I'd also say if they're building 6, then they're going to have to be being built with probably either a larger hangar space or maybe probably a larger hangar space and maybe some flex deck space beneath them, because they're going to be built with amphibious capability as well. So they're going to be far more general purpose than they were historically even. So you'd be probably dealing with something which is going to be... Let's see. Invincibles were... they were 22,000 tons. You're probably going to be doing something which is closer to 28,000 tons. And you're probably going to be dealing with something which has a slightly larger air group, has the ability to... not just the troops of up to 500 Marines, but also has more space for that. And can take a larger air group. So probably you'd be talking about something which could carry... You'd be looking at something which could carry at least 18 and probably 36 aircraft. You'd be looking for something which could carry at least 18 fighters and 18 Sea Kings at any one point. Okay, and that would have been a sensible force structure for them to have. It's worthwhile noticing that when they were on when they were on their multi-mission strike and ASD surface warfare. Air defense, they carried 18 Harriers and 4 Sea King airborne early warning aircraft. And some Merlin anti-ASW aircraft helicopters on as well. That was their fit for 2010, before the defense review, which was so disastrous. But yeah, if the British were building 6 Invincibles, the odds of the Australians jumping in and ordering one... The odds of them ordering more than one go way up because of the cost reduction you've got from building 6 versus 3. You know, the last ones you're building are going to be really, really cheap for what they are. And for the Australians to jump in, it's all to get units 7 and 8 on the end of that run is just going to be a no-brainer. It's kind of like if the Royal Navy had built more Type 45s, the odds go up. The more the Royal Navy builds, the more Britain builds of anything, the more likely it is others will order those ships. Because the cost of their construction will go down. It's also one of the reasons why the British have tried to wait the time they have with the F-35B and procurement, because the idea is that the later you are in the production run, the more used to producing it they are, the more the design, the more the kinks have been worked out, the more everything's nicely organized, the cheaper you can buy the aircraft for. It's all about saving money. Right. In World War II, the Iron used the World War I vintage R-class destroyer HMS Skate as a convoy escort. If the ship still existed, what are the oldest classes of DDs the Iron would have made use of in World War II? If it floated, it would still be used. That's it. Look at some of the Aegis Thunder sloops. They're using some of the Flower class sloops from World War I. In a nice way, if it floated, the RN would find a use for it. Matthew Blaren, suppose World War I Jellicoe's variant of the Baltic plan forces Germany to conditionally surrender in early 1917. What impact does this have on the post-World War I world? If it's
Yeah,
early
it's
1917, if it's early 1917, it could well. It's probably before the Americans have entered the war. And if that's the case, there's no Washington Naval Treaty. There's nothing like that. The British have just won a war using their fleet. The army's gonna feel the army's gonna feel absolutely sucker punched by that, because the army's gonna say we expended all this in the battles and something, and it's the Royal Navy which comes in and wins the war with their battle. It's going to change entirely the perception of war. Why didn't they do it earlier? Well, we're waiting for the Germans to come out and fight us. We couldn't force them to come out and fight us. It's going to be a whole thing of what were the Navy doing? Why did it take them so long to get round to doing it? You're probably not going to get a Royal Air Force formed in 1918. Because in nicest way, suddenly the whole scenario of politics changes.
Yep.
And yeah.
I'd also point out that if there's no USA in the Versailles... Well, first of all, if it's early 1917, Russia hasn't collapsed.
Yeah. And there's no Russia. Russia's in Versailles, but America isn't. And Russia and France are going to be as hard on Germany as possible. And Britain's only just going to care about squashing their navy. Germany could end up being divided under that scenario, because Russia and France were vicious in some of their demands for Germany.
Yeah, I would also point out oh, come on, please use your head.
Weird.
Never mind, I can't think. Carry on.
Yeah, but basically the impact's never ending on it, so that's right. Do you think contested amphibious landings are still viable given recent ongoing developments in coastal anti-access technology?
No. I mean,
it depends what you mean by contested landings. Okay. There is this idea which floats up every now and again that people think that it's normal to do a coup de main and launch yourself straight across the most heavily defended beach of the enemy, straight to their principal port, seize it and go ashore there. At no point in history has that ever been considered a good idea, because that's usually a heavily defended point. Usually, what you do in history, as we've seen, is you go where the enemy isn't as strong, and you overwhelm their positions with your forces, i.e. Normandy, or San Carlos Bay in the Falklands, or other things. You go where the enemy isn't as strong, you use your maximal forces, you get your troops ashore, and then you support your troops ashore in doing their jobs. Now, you might go, well, Alex, with missile systems, etc., you can be... But actually, no matter, you're going to have a lot of money to be everywhere at the same level of strength. There's always going to be weaker spots. And the thing is going to be figure out how to manipulate and use those weaker spots and how to cut them off. And it has always been a contest, and it always will be a contest. But in the simple terms is this. You have to defend your whole coast. I only have to attack one part of the coast. And if I attack one part of the coast and you think that's going to be a major attack and draw everything off to defend that part, and then I move and hit somewhere else, that's a lot easier for me to do than for you to recite everything back again. Because my stuff's all in a ship already. That's amphibious warfare. If the Royal Navy had 6 Invincible class, would the last one not be commissioned at the end or after the Cold War? Let's consider their pace of commissioning. Let's see. You had Invincible Commission 1980. Lost just 1982. November was 1985, but there were modifications made to her, so she could have been 1984. So you would have probably, if you've got 6. It depends on how you're doing them, because you're building them in Vickers, Armstrong, Barrow, then Swan, Hunter, Wallsend. If you've got 6 of them, you might engage 2 yards. So you might have 2 being built at the same time. There are multiple yards. There are at least 2 yards which could have taken them. So you might have had basically 1980, 1982, 1984 from 1 yard, and 1981, 1983, 1985 from the other yard. So it's going to depend on how you build them. But you could theoretically have had all 8 out by 1987. You know, that's an
All
option.
true.
There's enough options. You could do that. And if you're building 6, you probably do have 2 yards running. Do you agree, Fleet?
This is true. What the man says is very true.
How much alcohol have you consumed now?
None.
Because you're doing your impression from Fiddler on the Roof, and you don't do it well.
I wasn't really meant to be an impression of anything.
Nope. If I was a wealthy man, do 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 do.
I mean, we could do the whole tradition bit, but I'm not.
Okay, but guys, what is the best World War II subclass? Depends. What do you want it for?
That's got to be.
But
Yeah.
I will say what my favourite is, which is the U class. But it's not necessarily the best of it. If you want to go do a long range across the Pacific operation, you probably want a Gato. It's the thing of what do you want to do with a submarine, but you wouldn't want to take a Gato into the Mediterranean. You prefer to take a U class into the Med.
And Shebra, we kind of touched on that when we answered the first half of the question.
Yeah.
And before we
Honestly, I've actually got an unconventional take on this.
What?
My pick for the best World War II subclass is the Type 7. The reason I say this is because where they operate, how long they last in service, the ability that they have to actually be upgraded as the war goes on, and what they achieve given the design they are.
Yeah.
I like the Gatos, but I like the Gatos. Not that I'm going to argue that they're the best of the business for their time, among their contemporaries. I also like the T class that has all of the torpedoes.
Yeah,
all of them.
The T class is
just so we can go shotgun.
Basically, in T class, there's a question of you want to ambush someone who's trying to go through a channel? Yes. How many submarines do you want to take to this ambush? 1. You want to cover the whole channel? Yes. So basically you want a mobile minefield? Yes. Okay.
With smart deployment system. Say no more, fam. I got you.
Yeah. So, with that being said, that's got us to the last question. Do you want to open
I
up
have
the last couple of questions? Or do we have more coming in?
Not really, because we're at 4 1/4, and I've got some admin I want to get out of the way before we split to the 5 wins.
Okay.
I don't care that there's only 4. I'm adding in a 5th.
Night. Random Ramblings is tomorrow.
Yay.
Yes, you've asked.
Okay, so hopefully over the week, if I get my button gear, I will push a further update to Powder Monkey. For what that means for you guys, our loyal viewers, is that there will be a cooldown on question submissions. Right now, I'm going to set that at 90 seconds. That's going to be an individual cooldown, not a global. This will, in all likelihood, mess with people submitting multi-part questions. I'm sorry. I do not have an easy way of working around that.
You can't do it every second question they submit. So you can submit 2 and then you have to do a 90-second delay.
Well, it's going to be question, 90-second delay, question, 90-second delay, question, 90-second.
You can't do it you can't do it every other question. No.
There's a way to do it, but I have to write the code to do it, and I am sorry, I have not done anything with regards to learning C#. It's on the list. I just haven't gotten to it yet. I actually have a code that a code section that I could be able to adapt, but I'm still not certain on how the code actually works, which means modifications are going to be skeptical.
Okay.
That being said, we'll see how that works. We'll see how that throttles the flow of questions so that we're not getting swamped. However, I am obligated, based on goings on over the last couple of weeks, to make a bit of a point here. While everybody on this panel, in their various capacities, are more than happy to answer as many questions as they can, we are not obligated to do so. We will answer as many questions as we can in the time we. But some of you may not get your questions answered, whether by the fact that we just run out of time, or it gets missed, or we have a technical issue and it wipes all of them, or something. You know, had all these things happen in the past.
But in good news,
We
we're
will
usually
do
back
the
the following week. So if you miss, we do the best we can. But if we miss, you can always come back and ask us the next week.
We will
And
do the
here.
best. Colin, there has not. I think I've tried to implement it in the past, and it never worked because of the way I had it set up. But I've reconfigured the bot, so it, in theory, should now work. Also, do not be surprised if you show up next Sunday and find that Powder Monkey is buggy. I am limited in what testing I can do because I don't have as many goblins to break
It's
it
kinda
as
like,
I have here.
I've been trying all week to work on the avatars, and we've gone with the very basic Discord avatar system, but I'm trying to get something called reactive avatar system to work, so I can have those little images, and they will flash to show who's speaking, which one's speaking, and so instead of it being a list like this, it'll actually be it'll be little images down here. And I keep having this pointed out to me by my my lovely mother that everyone and lots of people she watches on the internet seem to manage to do this. Why can't I? And I went, because I was cooking whilst I was had the free week to do this and the free time to do this for everyone. I was also cooking for a large number of people who kept coming over, and I kept feeding them, and the never-ending supply of cheese wrapped in bacon, which seemed to be never ending, and I keep making more. And doesn't matter how much I make a day, it's all gone by the end of it. And the turkey bacon wrapped cheese, and the vegetarian bacon wrapped cheese is what I'm going to call it. Yeah, it just all goes. It all just goes. I don't know where, but it all goes, and I keep having to make more.
Vegetarian bacon is a misnomer. It doesn't exist and is not endorsed by Runon as a member of this panel.
I have no idea.
But-
I think it's tofu based, the stuff I use. It's what my cousin who's vegetarian gave me, and I worked out how to use it, because apparently it's the closest they can find. And I sat there and went, look, I looked at them and went, I've tasted this. It don't taste anything like the cheese wrapped in bacon. But I will say, the cheese wrapped in bacon, very popular at parties, very popular with family. Disappears very quickly.
But again, I will say I thank you all for your submissions. Hopefully, we can do this for many, many Bruships to come. Mm-hmm. And we will try to get to all of your questions. Just understand that, at least for this format as it's currently set up, we cannot guarantee any entitlement to your questions being answered.
We try our best to answer everyone, but we can't guarantee it.
Yep.
We do our best.
Which is why tonight I handled the queue as I did, so this way we could answer as many as possible without being here for 6 hours. Because while I like you people, and I like my fellow panelists, I do have things to do, like laundry. My boss generally prefers it when I show up to work in semi-clean clothes.
That's terrible. I will say, though, if you want something really tasty, all of you, and I did this, and I might actually, when I've got this all space set up and I can set up a camera in a kitchen without worrying about our people, I might show you how I make what I call the steak, cheese, and bacon bites, which is steak encased in cheese, encased in bacon. Very popular. Both Runon and Fleet have gone quiet at this idea.
That is my... Sorry, I was getting my own notation set up, so this way I'm less confused next week. So that is my soapbox PSA for everybody on this panel to chat. I hope your week goes well. And yeah, thank you and good night. I thank you for all the questions, and hopefully Powder Monkey isn't too terribly borked in the new year.
He'll be working. And yeah, there seems to be a lot of people who are now very hungry in the chat, so we will leave you with that. Yeah. You're all very hungry.
I just ate dinner, so I don't have that problem.
Yes, but I bet you're also mentally working out how to make steak wrapped in cheese, wrapped in bacon now. Don't worry, I'll make sure I'll send you the recipe.
Now I am.
It's really, really nice, especially if you get the steak just right. So when it cooks in the cheese, the final layer of cooking of the steak is done inside the cheese, inside the bacon.
Why are you like this?
It's gorgeous, and the cheese is. It's really. I have to admit, I do use a specific cheese to make it work. But the trick is to cook it, then prepare it all, freeze it, and then cook it. Next day. So I've had to prepare all the ones we need for tomorrow, today, put them in the freezer overnight.
You do realize that if I ever do manage to hop the pond and get onto your side of the Atlantic, if I do show up at your house, it sounds like you're going to have to arrange for a forklift to cart me out.
Don't worry, you will arrive to a quintuple layered chocolate cake baked by me, plus these bits, and my mum will probably give you a nice roast dinner.
Yeah, make sure that forklift's on standby. I'm fat enough. Thankfully, the HRT makes so that most of the fat goes exactly where I want it. But you know,
she's looking forward to when Fleet comes down for his computer, because she's planning on how to feed him, because she thinks he looks like he's hungry. From what she's seen,
I'm trying to lose weight.
Yeah.
Aren't we all? Aren't we all?
Oh, good lord. Colin Cameron, there's a reason I have avoided the Adobe Suite. There's a reason I avoided the Adobe Suite, and you are on it. Understanding?
I do not. I know. After working with Adobe myself, I do not wish to work with Adobe anymore. Thank you.
I await my knock on the door. It will come eventually.
Right then. Thank you very much, everyone. Hope you enjoyed. Thank you for being here. Thank you for chatting away for the last 4.5 hours, pretty much. And yeah, it's fun. It is fun. I do aim to get to the system to the point at which that if ever we have a scenario where Fleet and Runon need to go off to bed early, but there's me sort of definitely not sleeping for whatever reason, usually because I've got building work going on, I will carry on until I drop. But, you know, I'm not doing a Historiathon just yet. I am leaning towards the 7-12-hour streams for next year's Historiathon, because it's easier to break it up for the different charities I want to do. But it's sort of working it all out.
Indeed.
It is working out.
Shebra, it's how to cook the fillet, not the fleet. It's how to cook the fillet.
I do not wish to be cooked.
Especially for the fillet of offal.
Please and thank you.
Take care, everyone. Thank you, and have fun. Right, I am going
Good
to
night.
go find this one. I'm going to... that one then. And thank you very much, Sharon. Take care. Have fun.